All right, everyone, and welcome. Today we are going to be playing ourselves some standard brews here, starting off with Rakdos Aggro, a deck that just caught my eye because, well, I mean, if y'all don't know the card that catches everyone's eye in here, well, you aren't a big boomer like me. Dark Confidant is a card that I've played with a lot back in the day. It's the type of decks I definitely like to play. These kind of aggro decks that get some good card advantage. Always a fan. Big fan of Rakdos in general. Some of my favorite decks over Magic's history here that I absolutely love. Let me see. Where is that audio playing? Okay, that's just... Oh, never mind. I saw a level moving, but it was just the arena sounds in the background. So, anyways, gonna be playing this Rakdos deck. Just a good old Rakdos beatdown deck that plays Preacher, Unstoppable Slasher, and Alicia. I haven't really played with this card at all, but I mean, it was a limited bomb. So, kind of makes sense that, those are the cards that transfer over into Standard. Still get to play FOMO. You get to play this summon, Brewhilda, Brewhilder, whatever, which I don't have super high hopes for, but we'll see about that one. And just looks like a lot of fun. We got ley lines for the Cauldron deck to be able to interact with them a little bit. And just solid removal, solid hand disruption. Basically the Rakdos MO. So let's battle, y'all. Hope you're all having a great day. Gonna start with that. We're gonna be playing a bunch of stuff today. And should be a good stream. Okay, so let's start with Rakdos. Dark Confidant. Dark Confidant. I'm pumped. I'm pumped, y'all. Hope you're doing good. Hope everyone is doing solid. All right. Boom. Okay. Let's start it up. Well, this hand has a glaring problem. Definitely no red to be able to get this going, so we have to mulligan. If we were on the draw, I think we could really try to cook with this, but gonna take a mulligan. This hand looks great. We have a solid curve. Let's keep. Now the real question is, do we want to put down mountain or maybe like starting town? Or it could be the creature land, but I think I'll just put away mountain. I want the creature lands as much as I can, and we should be fine off our mana sources. All right. And let's battle. Yeah, I do want to play some of that as well. I just released a Una video on my YouTube channel because I played a good amount of it because I do love it as well there, Compo. Una decks rock. All right, so let's go with the Broomhilda. Oh, that's too loud. Sorry about that. Far too loud. Okay, so we got another Broomhilda. It gains haste, but I can't really attack through this 2/3 anyways. But if I do attack with this is gaining haste, and I can cast this the next turn. That looks better to me. That looks pretty spicy, actually. If you attack this turn, return target creature. Oh, that is going to be nice. So maybe I do want to do that next turn, as if I give this haste, then I'm bringing this back. That seems better. So if I duress here, God, or I just go Preacher. Yeah, Preacher kind of looks better. So, man, some nice plays with Broomhilda. I'm already taking back what I said in the intro, as the haste ability with Preacher and Alicia looks pretty nasty. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So clearly the Boros Mice style deck So there's that 3-mana Hasty Mice, which could be on the menu. Yes, yes. Savannah Line with an upgrade. Good old 1-mana 3/2. We have a lot of removal in this deck, though, so we should be able to find something. And this deck did top 8 a challenge. I'm not sure exactly whose list it was, but, you know, looks quite impressive. So now I can duress first and then cast this. That's really nice. Okay, so let's do that. Try to see what removal spell they have available. Until your next end step. Okay. Yeah, let's do the thing. So I have to put a counter on this to be able to get through damage. I want to take a damage anyways. This is perfect. Here's this and this. I don't want to gain life. Oh, we are cooking, y'all. The double block doesn't kill Alicia. And then we get back the summon. This is impressive. Okay, okay. All right, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Mountain. How are you? So the Dragon Spell plus Burst Lightning is good, don't get me wrong, but that's just to catch them up. Yeah, I guess killing Broomhilda now actually kind of hurts, as I have 2 cards in exile. So eventually we can get those back, but yeah, that did hurt a little bit. Now, do I want to get rid of this or just say screw it and attack? Ooh, I'll get that updated there for the deck list. Sorry about that. That's what I was forgetting. So if I take 5, I go to 12. It's all about activating Preacher. I would like to have less life. But I also want to kill these rats or mice. So this is just mouse, huh? All right, I do want to kill this then, as the Manifold Mouse doesn't do its thing then. That's just a good block. Okay, so 13 versus 17. Not able to get the double trigger off Preacher in any way. And, yeah, I mean, we're sitting great no matter what, but we'll just get an attack in. Honestly, any of our plays are great. Oh, yeah, we do draw the card when we have more life. That's right, that's right. Okay, well, that was excellent. Because now we can go this. I don't know why. I've played that card for so long, y'all, and I still get it wrong. I still get it wrong. Oh, don't I get the other cards? Any turn you put a lore counter on this saga, you may play that card. Ah. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. So I can play that later. Yeah, we'll get a good old Dark Confidant down. We came to play Dark Confidant, so that's what we're gonna do. Yep. Now we can do the Burst Lightning thing. The Valley Quest Caller was actually pretty strong card that really got overshadowed by the rest of the stuff, you know? Man, I'm glad the mouse package is nerfed. No more monstrous rage to worry about. Happier times, y'all. Happier times. So, yeah, we'll have to take that too. Now, let's see. Our first Dark Confidant flip in years. Absolute years. Okay, so I want to take a damage so I get both. And we probably... It's about time to get rid of this thing. So then I can kill a lot of things. So yeah, let's start with that. Alright, black. Let's shoot the sheriff. Now I can attack, get both things. Oh, I get a hasty creature too. God dang, this deck might be broken, y'all. I'm going to do another preacher. I mean, attacking with a slasher here is pretty good as well. But I think another preacher... I don't get double triggers off that one, I guess. So yeah, let's do this. This deck is an absolute gasser. Let's kill that. And let's get him in there. Both triggers. This is amazing. I'm pumped already. Okay, so that takes half their life. Round it up. You're at 1. You know, with Monstrous Rage still around, I'd still be afraid. Maybe not with knowing 2 of the cards are lands, but that would still be a little frightening. All right. All right. Okay, game 2, Fire Magic. Any kind of removal is going to look really good. The end. Let's see, do I want the end? If my life total is super low, it costs 2. Otherwise, it's just exiling things. Maybe not the end. Don't think I need Duresses or the Tactics. The Tactics would be better than Duresses, I would think. You know, this is probably a matchup where I should be thinking with my head and taking out Dark Confidants, but nah. Well, I do need to take 1 Leyline of the Void out. That's for damn sure. Bitter Triumph. I basically never want to pay the life, but discarding a card, not the worst thing, especially when you combo with this. All right, I'm seeing the dots connecting here, y'all. This deck's got some stuff going on. And the bats are okay. Forcing them to put a removal spell at that might be better. You know, once again, probably should take out Dark Confidant in exchange for the bats, but where is the fun in that? So instead, we'll take out these Bitter Triumphs and just do the bats. We'll go like that. I don't think I'll be taking out Bob anytime soon, y'all. It just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Back in my day, I used to flip Greater Gargadon off Dark Confidant, y'all. Greater Gargadon. All right, I'm going to keep. If I was on the play, I'd mulligan once again, but I'm going to keep this on the draw. We got ways to draw extra cards if we hit 1 land. Plus, we can still do some stuff here. And I'll get that deck updated after this match, y'all. That was on me. That was my bad. All right, so let's try to get an untapped land. Not an untapped land. And this is one of those cards that I kind of want in my hand, not in my graveyard. So I'm going to keep this one. And we'll just cast one of our 1-drops next turn. Okay. Just kidding. All right, we'll say go, have Burst Lightning available. They go the 2-3. This is kind of lame as we don't have the ability to kill it, but nope, nothing from them. Okay. 3 manas. Could play this, but it's sending it out to the slaughter. So yeah, let's just play our Brynhilder. Not sure what Final Fantasy game this is from. It's definitely a summon, but it looks like one of the older summons. Okay, okay. Yep, let's play that. It feels pretty good, Dirty. Yeah, it feels pretty good so far. You know, already there are a lot of tap lands, but, you know, not bad, not bad. The mana bases right now, it's kind of interesting to me. The tri-lands, or the tri-color decks, almost feel like they have better mana bases than the 2-color decks. Okay. Now, is this going to be a time to just burn the world? Hey! Rasputin! That's all right. Clever enough. Thank you, buddy, for the 30 total months. 16 months in a row. Appreciate you, man. All right. We got a lot of options. Now, I could play this. If you attack this turn, return target creature card with mana value less than or equal to its power. Oh, that's when any creature attacks, huh? Wow, okay. Okay. Well, I do want to start attacking, but I also want to use fire magic this turn and not blow up my own creatures. So yeah, I think I'm going to take this nice and slow. Try to get a little more value off my fire magic. Maybe take a hit for, you know, a good 4 damage or so. If they go for a pump spell, then we can try to get them. Okay, no blocks. Sure. And if they do absolutely nothing, maybe we just Soulstone. Maybe it's still worth it to fire magic here. Yeah, probably. Kaboom. Animate your land in response? Ah, come on. That'd have been cool. All right, so let's start with the bat. Almost assuredly going to die immediately, but we get to take a peek at their hand. No, my bat. Okay. To a creature without flying. It's also a sorcery. So I'd be just sending my Dark Confidant out there to die. But it means they don't play it, but I actually kind of want them to play it. Yeah, I mean, I'll send it out to the slaughter. I think that's okay. Pretty soon we'll have enough lands to, like, animate a land, attack, and then bring something back. Wow. Yeah, I do not mind that. That's going to go much worse for them. Don't care about that at all. Unless that's an outlaw. Okay. Whenever this attacks, you get the counter. Okay, so let's for sure kill this. Here's the raid ability. Attack, and then we get Broomhilda back. God, that card is strong. That card is really strong in this deck. Holy cow. That is a combination. I take back everything I said in the intro for this. Yeah, that's the real deal. All right, this deck is going to be sweet. Let's keep gaming. All right, y'all. Let me get this deck in Moxfield for y'all. Real quick. Okay. I'll pull it up here for anyone taking a peek. Yeah, I know it top 8 at a challenge too, so it's kind of the real deal. It at least seems like it, you know? Soon we will find out. All right. Get this into Streamlabs for all of y'all so you can go exclamation point deck. Hey, what's up, Stevie? How are you? Welcome, everybody, on YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate y'all being here. All right. All right, should be all good to go. Exclamation point deck and you should be fine. Oh, yeah, it doesn't even have Blood Crypt yet. That is a good point. Yeah, I mean, that was our first game. You know, this deck's mana base could be a little loose, and it does look a little loose, you know. But yeah, when we get Blood Crypt, that's going to be what's up. Oh, yeah, McMeaty. Yeah, I kind of had a little bit of a breakthrough last night. We'll check it out, and we're gonna jump to this at some point. But yeah, Cauldron still feels like the deck to me. It's gonna be hard for me to ignore that when it comes to my tournament. But like, let's check this out. Just gonna pull the trigger on the deck now. Nice, Stevie. Yeah, that's a good deck too. We will be playing Pixie. That's our next deck, Stevie. I haven't played it yet, but yeah, just did Rakdos Aggro, but I've been still playing a lot of Is It Cauldron, because that's going to be the deck that I put up for my sideboard guide and article, y'all. Like, what was this? Yeah, the last version I played where I added Quantum Riddler, and I tried a new plan, y'all. I tried a new plan where post-board, when I'm on the draw in the Is It mirror matches, I take out the one-drop, the Mako, and I turn into this like quantum control or quantum Riddler control deck where I have just all my removal in, Riddlers, just ways to go a little bit longer. And it has been working out perfectly so far. You know, whatever, small sample size. It was my 3 Is It matches here, but like, you know, even this one I lost game 1. You know, so like my post-board plan was looking pretty nice. And this was just my session last night. Had a nice 6-0, only losing a couple games. And the deck still feels amazing. We'll be playing that a little bit later as well. But we're going to keep it with Rakdos, okay? Yeah, it's pretty sick. And honestly, like, let me, I'm going to go into detail on this once we get to playing. But since the topic's here, I've learned that Quantum Riddler is kind of a combo card and not like a value card. There's so many times on, like, you know, turn 3 where you have a Winter Night Stories in the yard. You can warp this, draw a card, you know, harmonize it, and all of a sudden you just drew 4 cards, discard 2 or 1, which is just great. You know, that's a modern legal card, right? Isn't it Stroke of something? Whatever. That was a card that was played in Breach for a while, which, you know, whatever. It's two cards, but you can do that. I won one of those matches where I warped this in and then used Draconautics Engineer to give it haste in a post-board game. You know, I played it where I warped it in. I already had Cauldron Vivi going, so I put a counter on this, and all of a sudden it was 2 mana to add 5, where it netted 3. You know, there was just little things like that that really added up to this card being insane. There was a couple games where it was like I was down to 2 cards in hand. I warped out the Riddler, drew 2, you know, played a Mako, played a FOMO, discard, drew 2, you know, just like some absurd value things when you get low on cards. It restocks you. When you have a lot of cards, it's that bridge gap to help you with your combo matchups, or not your combo matchups, to help as kind of a combo card to progress towards the Cauldron Vivi things. It kind of does it all. There are times when it's a little too clunky for your early plays. And, you know, like turn 2 Profs is always better than it. So, you know, there's some give and takes, but some good stuff was going on last night when I was playing this, y'all. All right, anyways, we'll get back to Rakdos here. We'll get to that a little later. And let's keep it going with the Rakdos fun. But cool stuff, huh, y'all? Exclamation point deck if you want to see the Rakdos one now. And, yeah, I'll have that guide and article in the Patreon, so exclamation point Patreon if you're interested in the Cauldron try hard content, as that'll be coming soon, probably next week though. But we are talking about it and, you know, like figuring out plans, all that kind of stuff as we speak. All right, more Rakdos, more Rakdos. I think it's a worse deck, Cam, but still fine. Still a solid one. On the draw, if this was a duel, maybe I would risk it. But if we brick, we don't play Magic. 2 hits at it. I think we can mulligan. Okay, this is 2 swamps. I mean, Hand Disruption into Dark Confidant, that's the bread and butter. I'm going to keep. We'll get rid of Burst Lightning since we can't cast it yet. And go from there. Okay, that's actually a lot better. As we can protect the Dark Confidant now, hopefully. Or it's way worse! No! No! Oh no. What a giant T. Of course, yep. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Let's just cry. Wow. Just slap me in the face as hard as you can, opponent. R.I.P. me. Well, I think I need to tactics away this and kill the Preacher. That seems like the thing to do. But would they play the Preacher? Oh yeah, you gotta love it, Cabal. You gotta love it. That is exactly what we hope for. Alright, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna say go. I mean, our play is obviously pretty face up, but I think they'll still probably lean into it. Unless they drew Kaido or something too, like. Yup. Okay, so let's pay 3. And now we're gonna have to tactics here. Okay, that was nice. So I guess we start with that. Something to play. Now we hope it doesn't die. So we can then keep them rolling, chain them together. But Hasty Preacher is also nice. We're going to be behind on life, so we're going to start making creatures. A Drowner. You like it? Yep, they like it. Okay, so this Hilda could just die here and probably will die. So do we want to get our value? Probably. Land would be nice. Burst Lightning would be nice. That's less nice. Also, I don't think I want to attack with this one, but I will attack with this one. It's definitely an outlaw. Our Dark Confidant isn't looking that good, I'll tell you that. I mean, Preacher, attack, get a lifelinker, and then try to double block. That might be better. Lands would be helpful. That would be indeed helpful. Also really do want the lifelinkers. All right, let's try this. Double haste. All right. Not out of it yet, but this game has not gone well. Yeah, okay. Thanks for the freebie there. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So they could animate the Reef as well or do something with the Drowner. So I don't get to shoot the Sheriff if I do this, but I think that's okay. As I just need to not die. Ah! Excellent. Our opponent has, they've done it. They could have done this even better, but whatever. Okay, things are going well. Things are going well. That'll do it. Demir gave us the business. Gave us the business. Okay. I mean, I need the end to exile Curiosity. That card seems great. Fire magics are great. Duresses are clearly horrendous. Duresses might actually also not be that good. They have too many creatures. My plan for Kaido is kind of weak with this deck, huh? I guess it's Bitter Triumph. Or just duressing them. No, I'm afraid of duress. Alright, they probably don't have any artifacts I care about. Nowhere to run. That's actually decent against Kaido. How about all these burst lightnings? Medium for sure. But not bad. I think I like the tactics. Yeah, on the play, let's take out the duresses. On the draw, we might bring them back in. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, that was a beating. Not cool, not cool, Demir. Duress. Also not cool, Duress. That was especially not cool. Come on! Let us play. Let us play, coach. Sick, y'all. Alright, alright, alright. Good start, good start. The worst hand we've seen all day. We can't mulligan to 5 off that one, I don't think. Maybe. We'll wait to kill that. Alright, we'll say go. That's gonna be good, huh? Boom! Take a peek. My hand's horrendous. It's improved. Surely Dark Confidant is going to live against a Demir opponent that wants to kill my creatures, right? What the hell? Okay, I'm crying inside. The end. I did have that. That's a problem. We'll take a little peep skis. Lots of removal. And the big stuff. Which they already have the big stuff in hand, which is a little scary. And 2 creature antlands. Yeah, we're in a lot of trouble. Our deck looked awesome last round, and it's looked horrendous this round. That's what we call range. We can actually kill Kaido, even on their turn. Not that that's a great thing or anything. Okay, that's annoying. Let's do this. I don't know if this is actually correct, but... Alright, we at least have some pressure. But if they just go Kaido and tick up here, huh? I'm just kind of wrecked. Guess I can attack it with the Reef, but... What does this Reef even do? discard a card and draw a card. Probably shouldn't have been playing out of all my lands now. Yep. I got the mana. Okay, that's good draw. We're doing it. We are doing it. Now we got him on watch. They can't really play Kaido, but yeah, the Curiosity still looks great. Yeah. Okay, what does this have? Menace? With Menace. Okay, so I can do that. Can't attack with anything else. Sure. I think that's worse than just playing a Curiosity, if I'm being honest. Alright, that's maybe not worse than playing a Curiosity. Shoot. I don't want to block with my Dark Confidant. But I feel like I'll have to. It's either that or let them draw. If I lose my Dark Confidants, though, I'm not doing a lot. So we're both going to be stunned. But if they connect, they're doing a lot too. Well, I guess no attacks. Maybe I block with one? Oh, because I kind of get wrecked. Really, no matter what one of these plays comes down. Like, if they get to pick up a Drowner, that feels really bad for me. I don't think I can have a Kaido come into play right now. Man, this sucks. Things were looking up. All right. The cowards play. Let's take one of them out. Come on, Dark Confidant. Hook it up. Not great. Not great. All right. Here is our Sanctuary. I mean, I think I'm going to block Drowner here and let the Curiosity go if I'm given the option. I am not. And I can't really get Kaido'd here now, so alright. You got me this time. You gonna Kaido that? Yeah, that'd be silly. Dimir feels like a rough matchup, I will say that. I will definitely say that. Okay, what can we do? What can we do? Let's start with a loot. And we basically have to race at this point, except we're way far behind. Great. Let's attack. Loot. And the preacher. Might not be winning this one, y'all. I would say opponent drew quite well, but you know, once you get curiosity down, you're drawing a lot of cards, so you can't really be too mad about that. It's before you get to that spot that they were peeling pretty nicely. Yep.
Sit down. Rethink your life.
That's fair. Okay. Rethink your life. Will do. I mean, that's like as good of a turn as we could really hope for, and it's still not enough. Not enough. No. No. Looks like we're going to have to take 5. If they got a Kaido, they got me. I mean, we're just so far away from pressuring them, too, that... GG's, GG's. GG's. All right, we'll play one more with this deck, and then we'll move on to the next one. Dark Confidant, let us down. Let us down. Yo, what's up, EK? How are you, buddy? Yeah, Duress is not the best I've ever seen it, but hey, I mean, you know, Black is not in a great spot either. You know, I haven't seen a lot of really good competitive Black decks this standard season, so it's nice to just see anything out there doing well. Just nice. Just nice. All right, let's battle. Okay, okay. Spells, lands. I'm in. Dark Confidant on 2. Lakers in 5. All right. To kill the elf or to play Dark Confidant. Wow, what year is it? What year is it? Because next turn I could go Dark Confidant plus Duress, but it's probably the mono green deck. Which that's just all big creatures that gets pretty scary, where Duress is probably terrible. Whatever. We came to cast Dark Confidant. We're going to continue to do so. Okay. Overlord, what in the hell? Okay, okay. Well, looks like we will not be attacking with our Dark Confidant, believe it or not. So let's start seeing what's up. Hopefully they have a target. Our Duresses, y'all, have been awesome. Straight awesome. All right, your go. Yeah, we might be off Duress now. That feels pretty right. Yep. So now they have 6. Next turn they're going to have 7, 8 mana. So we'd have to kill both elves. It's not great. I mean, but this is, you know, not only not great, but as bad as it could possibly be. So we need to get that out of their hand. Where's our imitation thing? Okay, well, at least we can kill it. Could try to hit a land off this, get a little greedy. But if we fail, we lose the game, I imagine. So that's probably not a great idea. We can fire off a duress. We got the extra mana. I mean, we're bound to hit, right? We haven't seen a single hit. I mean, I have to kill this if I don't want this coming to play, huh? I could discard it off Bitter Triumph. That's probably the best thing I could do, huh? I could have discarded this and actually, like, brought it back. That might have been better. Whatever. It's only 6 mana. It's this deck. This deck is absolutely sweet, though. Like, that's one of my favorite combos. It's also going to completely wreck us right now. Wow. I'm going to throw all the duresses out of my deck as fast as possible. Let's see. Well, we want to kill elves and stuff. I mean, bats look okay here. I like all my creatures. Could also just bring in more removal, but they kind of go over the top. I definitely want this because it kills the big thing. Then let's do some bats. What wouldn't we want? That looks fine to me. Main thing is kill the elves and stuff. All right, as we get this going, y'all, big shout out to the next event I'm going to be commentating. And y'all should definitely check it out. Let's see, where can I find my slide? There we go. It's going to be Tampa. So if you're in the Orlando area or not, or you just want to, come down for some sweet high-level standard, Planetary Rotation is going to be awesome. We got an awesome coverage team. Top 8 go to the Pro Tour. Make sure to go to starcitygames.com/scgcon if you're interested. And if you're at home, watch the coverage. This event is going to be sick. I am so pumped for this one. So, yeah, check it out, my friends, okay? All right, let's battle. Come on. Man, this deck was so nice to us for round 1. I'm like, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. And now it's completely turned on us. Okay. I guess I will keep, but this hand has problems. Get rid of the Burst Lightning. All right, let's do this. If you can't bolt the bird, you can at least take it from hand. I mean, seems like the card to take. I think there's also some merit for taking the Outcast and then killing the elf. Let's do that. I would play as a Cauldron. I would play Cauldron for sure. Okay, so let's do this. I'd be cooking. I'd be cooking away. All right, now we need to try to get them dead. I think I might just do some slashing. Just get them dead. Could have did this and then slashed them next turn anyways, I guess. Slash. Just take 11. All right, maybe let's do this and we'll do that play next turn. Okay. Okay, so Dark Confidant, or we get Preacher going. They're not casting anything amazing. So yeah, let's get Preacher going. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Go to 1. And now we got Burst Lightning. Okay, we're doing it, y'all. We're doing it. I like that game. That game was fun. Both teams fought hard. Should we bring Duresses back in to really mix it up, y'all? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Bats get worse on the draw. Cards like a Braid get a little better. Fire might be better than like a Braid, as it still kills elves on turn 1. Just no bats at all. Yeah, whatever. Get out of here, bats. My whole plan is to kill elves and then play card advantage creatures, so... Checks out. Checks out. Sick. Okay, I guess we'll kill some elves. Let's keep... Do we want to put back Burst Lightning or Mountain? Probably Burst Lightning. I don't think we need that much burn. Alright, let's Burst Lightning that. Wish I had another Burst Lightning, believe it or not. Dang it. Well, they're already gonna have 3 mana. I think I do want a FOMO here. And then maybe go with this next turn. Like, could possibly do the, like, Pyroclasm mode. If they go Trailblazer or something. But we could just be dead. All right, we're gonna go for the juicy value play here, though. Okay, we'll get to do the thing. Boom. Wow, since they had nothing to do at the very moment, they couldn't tap their Llanowar or something? That's brutal for them. Do we just start slashing? Probably. Anyways, I started slash. This deck's always been fun to me, but it's always been so inconsistent. You know, like, it's the Smuggler's Surprise, probably. Oh. Day, huh? Okay. Well, I don't want to discard this, as I kind of want this. Do I just play Bob? And then kill something? They're probably going to play something, right? All right, I'll be disciplined or dumb, however way you look at it. And I guess I don't want to re-overextend in. Well, this worked out perfectly. Bang. Okay. Preacher's probably better. I don't know. Double hitting with Slasher seems pretty good. And I guess I'm about to die. So let's Surveil first. Burst Lightning. I think I want to keep that out the top just so I don't lose a lot of life. Alright, let's do that. Big beats. Hey, Sir Bez, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Corey Steelcutter stuff was hilarious. Hey, appreciate your support. Appreciate it. Appreciate you a lot. Hey, Mini Haas, what's up? Uh-oh. Am I still going to die here? I still easily might just die here. What What if I attack with everything? They would take 6, go to 8, lose half their life, and die. Oh, that's perfect. So they have to block. I'm commentating SCG Orlando. Yep. We're going to play VV as our last deck there, Josh. Okay, now we're cooking. So they have to block. You die. Math. Face up math. Just gets everyone. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay. A respectable 2-1 with Rakdos. And I will say we mulliganed a lot. We duressed and hit nothing over and over again. And, you know, still got away with a positive record. So, kind of like this deck. This deck is sweet. The summon that I thought was going to be terrible was actually awesome. And yeah, Slasher was great. All the haste abilities were fun. That was a cool deck. That was a really cool deck. I'm going to explore this a little bit more. So if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to hit the subscribe button as well as comment below, all that kind of jazz. Appreciate it. It helps out the channel, and we'll see you in the next video, okay? Yeah, I'm recording some YouTube content today as well, y'all. So bear with me if I have like some YouTube intros, that kind of, you know, awkward kind of stuff. All right, let me get the next deck ready. And we'll get going. That deck was sweet, though, I must say. Yeah. Okay, you got it. You got it, Swazo. Let's do some pixie stuff. Because I do think that deck is good, too. I do think it is good. Now, I think Izzet has a good matchup against it. Like, I played the challenge not too long ago, and I played against Esper 3 times, one of them being Claudio here, the list that I took. And I went 2-1. And the one I lost, I honestly felt a little unlucky. So I don't think it's a horrific matchup by any means. All right, let me get this uploaded as well into the stream deck for anyone who wants it. All right. Should be good to go for all of y'all now. And let's rock this. Yeah, Josh, it's tough, and you got to be prepared for it, because that 2-4 will eat you alive if you're not anticipating it. Yeah. I love Naya decks too, but the fact that all these Izzet decks have main deck hate for your Naya, for your Una thing, like, makes the deck unplayable to me in the competitive aspect. You know, it's just not good enough in my opinion, which sucks because I love Una decks, don't get me wrong. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to do a little intro here, y'all, and we'll get this going. All right, y'all, more standard here. Playing a little Esper Blink, Esper Bounce, however way you want to categorize it. It is the new hotness of trying to, you know, bring your stuff back, replay it. These kind of pixie-style decks that maybe fell out of favor since we lost Hopeless Nightmare. And don't get me wrong, losing Hopeless Nightmare for this deck is gigantic because this deck is great at dealing 12, 14 damage. It gets a little trickier when you need to close the door, but the new card that makes this decent and possible is Cosmo Grand Zenith. This card is bananas, y'all. This card really gets it done. You know, it's one of the best turn 4 plays where you play this, play something else, get some creatures, following turn, 2 spells, put counters on it, and it also does trigger on your opponent's turn. So this is a deck that plays at instant speed a decent amount as well, so you can get that double triggers on each side if you plan it out correctly. But really powerful deck. You're still trying to do the pixie stuff where you pick up Storm Chaser's talent, where you have Spyglass Siren and maps. You know, there's some Kaidos in the board for that kind of thing. The one other new inclusion is Tragic Trajectory. And the Void gets triggered off you bouncing stuff. So you have that kind of stuff going as well, where you get this almost free revolt because your deck is incredible at bouncing stuff. So really powerful deck. You know, I think this is firmly into tier 1. You know, this deck kind of popped up maybe 3 weeks ago or whatever. But I think it is firmly in the tier 1 driver's seat. You know, as far as best deck, I don't think so. I think the Is It Cauldron deck is better. But, you know, it's up there. And if they figure out that matchup, you know, this is something that can be very scary. So, yeah, that's about it we got on the deck. So let's battle. Yes. I mean, that sounds awesome. I mean, if Galta and Rakdos joins up is a good deck, I'm here for it. That sounds absolutely amazing. So sweet. Yeah, the new cards are great, McMeaty. They are absolutely great. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Woo! Amazing. Okay. Wow. That is not a strong hand. We're going to mulligan that one. This deck wants like 2 to 3 land. Now this hand, on the other hand, is just great. I think we need to be a little greedy here and put back a land, but this looks awesome. Especially on the draw. Plus this deck, it has some decent flood protection, but it's not amazing by any means. I do think I want to be greedy here and go Storm Chaser's talent so I can do this. Instead of playing the Backstreet. Looks like we might have a mirror as our first game. That's no fun. Yeah, it might be a fun mirror. Who knows? Might also not be a mirror. Okay, so this does have flash, so we don't have to play into anything. Now, the one question here is if they go Cosmoground Zenith, I will be like really bummed that I played the Sun Pearl Kirin instead of playing the Backstreet. I'm going to play the Backstreet for that reason, because if they play it, I want to be able to go Sun Kirin, pick this up, trajectory their thing. And if not, I can just play Cosmoground. I would have hit the land if I would have done it, so now I feel bad, but I don't think I need a land now. If I hit a land, I'm okay with it, but I don't need it, so I can still get rid of it. Okay. So now I don't want to play my Cosmoground, and I kind of just want to double spell. That being said, if it is a mirror, they're not going to have a lot of removal spells for this, and I could just go for it. Save the other one. It's either that or I get to double spell and they almost assuredly have a removal spell. Whatever, let's jam the 2-4. Okay, so they have nothing. Strange. What in the hell is this? I think it's in my deck, but whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. Beginning your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield this turn was warped this turn, create a robot. Okay. That's pretty good. I mean, we hit the land here, which was actually not needed, but still. How's the best way to wreck them? We got some goods. So let's go like this. Then this. The real question is, do I want to play the talent? Or even the land? Like, I might want to hold the land to, you know, maybe throw them off a little bit and then next turn go Cosmogrand plus talent and just wreck them. Or I could just go, I mean, do I expect a Wrath from them? I think that's really what it comes down to. And the answer could be maybe. I'm going to play this defensively because our opponent's clearly maybe playing a little bit of a brew. Could be a black-white control deck. Okay. Got a little punished by that choice, I think. So I could get 2 counters on things and I could attack with this. I don't think I have to be too afraid of this card. Mildly afraid feels like the right amount of afraid. One counters. I'm going to counters on both. Now I have good blockers for it. Well, as advertised, Cosmogrand Zenith is nasty. That card's the real deal. Black-white shenanigans. Huh? Black-white playing a lot of this card. But looked to be slower. Does not look to be the bounce style effect, or they just didn't have that style draw. Or they didn't draw blue. But if you're playing Soulstone Sanctuaries, you gotta kind of think that you are a 2-color deck. It's not always the case, but it's a decent, you know, deduction, I would say. Okay, Exercise looks great for that one creature. I don't know if I ever want to bring in Duress, as I've had such bad experiences with it today. Kaido looks pretty good. And No More Lies looks pretty good too. So what don't we like? You know, if they are a much slower version, you know, Nowhere to Run could be pretty medium. If they're like more controlling. They might also take this card out. You know, it's kind of hard to tell. Either way, Kaido looks good to me. My inclination is to take out Nowhere to Runs and, like, shoot the Sheriffs. They seem like my worst cards. Maybe Exercise is just worse than Shoot the Sheriff, right? This is an outlaw. Yeah, I would think that's the case. And just take out Nowhere to Runs. It's a card that you actively want to draw, but if their deck is big stuff, it could be a problem. I don't think this is right to take out stock ups, but I'm going to try it, as if they are the Blink deck, I don't want to be left with my pants down, essentially. With taking out all my removal and just have slow cards like stock up, but we'll see. Okay, I mean, this hand looks amazing. Oh, I love Blink decks, y'all. I absolutely love it. It would take a lot to get me off Cauldron as my, like, RCQ / tournament deck right now, but not impossible. Okay, so they probably just had an awkward draw, and I shouldn't have taken out all my Nowhere to Run. So, happy that I at least drew one. Because you really only need one. If you have one, you have 5. Which is amazing. It's probably their last land. Probably have the Sun. Yep. That's a combination. Gotta be wary of the Cosmo thing. Alright. I'm gonna just say go. Defense. Defense. Michael, no, we're not, but I do think that card is quite good. I do think that card is quite strong. All right, I'm going to try this and this. Wow, that's a good card. That's a really strong card. That was a really strong draw. Should I just go Buck Wild? Buck Wild with creatures? I don't see why not. So let's start with Pixie. Guess I would rather have nowhere to run. I'm gonna pick them both up. Spice, 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 value, value. Okay, don't love that. I don't love it, but it's not the scariest thing in the world. I did kind of need a land, though. That was nice. All right, so let's take 2. What's the best way to do this? Probably this, picking up the talent. Playing the talent. Well, let's do this first. I don't think I'm just debating if I want to attack with the Otter, and I don't think I do into this Hex Mage. Maybe I do. Yeah, I think I do. Get on in there. Maybe I was supposed to leave back 1 pixie here to keep these tokens in check, as they're just gonna connect now, but... Now that's a problem. The second one I do not have an answer ready to go for, so I am now in trouble. It's kind of funny you can, like, pick up your own Cosmo Zenith or whatever. Yeah, let's take this. Let's go like this. That was a good draw regardless, for sure. I want to try to bait them into blocking here. I'm not afraid. Yeah, I think I leave nowhere to run home. And we send this into outer space. And we say go. Now, next turn I can at least start leveling and get back stuff, but, you know, essentially out of gas. The one nice thing about this deck is you don't really run out of gas, you know? You just kind of keep going forever. This deck's basically the Energizer Bunny. Otter down. Not a great attack. As I get to munch on him. Munch, munch. It is fun. I love Esper decks too. I really love them. Wow, that was a good draw. I mean, this deck, like, every time you're like, wow, that was a good draw. Well, all my cards do the same, so it kind of circles back. I think I'm going to get on in there. They're going to make this, which is not that big of a deal. I want to be the aggressor here, I think. Yeah. All right. Against Cauldron, though, like, the one thing that's kind of iffy about this deck is, yeah, you never run out of gas, but eventually you slow down where you're, like, activating talent, you tap out, and that's the turn the Cauldron decks just run you over, but, you know. I do think the matchup is close. I don't think it's, like, auto win for Izzet, but it is a close one for Izzet. This deck is pretty cool, too, though. This Shepherd is nice. The fact that you can get a creature with that, too, is really sweet. Okay. It's only a 3/2. So, yeah, I guess we just do the things, huh? Alright. Yeah, Kieran is great. Kieran is very good. Otters, otters, otters! Alright, alright. First match with the deck, feeling good. Feeling real good. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, y'all. I'll be right back. All right. Hopefully we can rank up here. Get to diamond next match. Let's keep it up. Talent collection? What's that? All right, let's keep it going. Oh, we just got a fear of missing out there. It's meant to be. It's meant to be. let's battle. Let's battle. Second match with this deck. I mean, that felt nice. That felt really nice. I will not lie. This hand is beautiful. This is the first deck I've taken a peek at where I'm even remotely considering not playing Izzet. This deck is sweet. Okay, so definitely want to play one of our blue cards. Duh, it's our only play, but does it matter which one? Duress, Spell Pierce, I guess those are ways of interacting with this. All right, that's a reason. It's just Duress and Spell Pierce, as that card's much safer on the battlefield. Spygossar, yeah, I'm not sure yet. This is only my second match, so tough to tell for sure. All right, looks like we got our Izzet test here. So now, the question is, would we want to sack our map at all and risk getting torched? And I think the answer is no, because I actively want that thing hanging around so I can turn on my abilities, you know? So I'm going to just attack. All right, well, since they clearly F6'd, I'll do it now. More removal spells. Nah. Because if I find pixies and stuff, that's also more removal spells. So I think I can bin that one. That's one of the worst cards in the deck, I imagine. I wanted to manifest it too because, you know, I have kind of crushed it from the Izzet side. I guess I'm only 3-1 in total. I don't play it a lot on Arena. But Magic Online during the challenges, it's kind of everywhere. Well, here's one of those spots where do we jam the Cosmogrand into what could be a removal spell? But they don't play a lot of ways to actually kill it. Like, that's kind of the reason why that card is good. Or do we really set ourselves back by just going land go? Which feels bad. I mean, it's hard enough for them to kill. I play the Roaring Furnace, so I have a lot of good ways to kill Cosmogrand, but not everyone does, so whatever. Obviously, I'm going to feel bad if it gets killed, you know, but yeah, I'm on Team Slam. Let's go. And dead. Or they're reading and they're like, I'm dead. I mean, my version plays it, Dream SC, so anyone who's in my Patreon is probably playing it. The Roaring Furnace slaps. I like 2. I like 2 in the main. Maybe a 3rd in the board, that's about it, but let's see if the D plays it. It's probably the deck, right? Probably what we're shortening. That's what I would assume. That'll be the deck. There's our friend. A VV. Are they thinking to bounce it now or not? Oh my god. Oh, it didn't matter. I was like, I should have played this land first, but that would have been tapped as well. Because if they bounce it here, you know, I can't double spell unless I top deck a land, but... Well, cannot double spell anyways, but we will do this. Now they're going to bounce the Zenith. If I had an instant speed thing, I'd still get the value, though. So that play maybe was not that great from them, but it worked this time. Like, here's the thing when this type of draw, when I'm on the is-it side, I just feel like, sorcery speed, interaction, I have so much time to set up, and eventually you get it done with the Vivi stuff. Like, right now, their building blocks are in place. They have the Vivi. If they have the Cauldron, they're cooking, Not cooking that much, it doesn't, it's only 2 mana here, but believe. I mean, I want them to have a good draw. I don't want them to just have a shitty draw and I beat them and I'm like, great, this matchup's amazing. Like, that's a good draw, but it's perfectly reasonable. There's nothing wild about their draw. You always think their draw is like so busted until you play the deck and you're like, ah, that's just all the draws. Like, I mean, now that was probably their best play because now they get 3 more mana. But imagine if that was Quantum Riddler, y'all. It would have added 5 mana. The old Riddler. It's only 3 more. As they've already activated this, if that's the math you were counting. Yup. They even had the Riddler. I mean, see, that is the power of the old Quantum Riddler. I love it. Amy, the Amazonian, what is up, my friend? Coming in with a big ol' raid. What are you up to, my friend? You chilling? Having a good stream? Yeah, opponent might be bomb squadding. They might be bomb squadding for sure. Thank you for the raid, Amy. Everyone, we are from Amy's stream. We are playing ourselves a bunch of different standard decks that are doing some good stuff out there. We're about to lose horrifically bad to the deck, which, yeah, pretty much can't do a thing here, except die. Except die a slow and painful death. Guess I can kill FOMO, which I pretty much have to. Alrighty, we've got a plan. Get in there, little otter. Get on in there, little otter. Nothing suspicious about this attack. Got him. Alright, well, this is the only thing we can really do, is kill this. Kill this. Play this. Be sad. But yeah, we're going to be playing standard all day, everyone coming from Amy's stream. What were y'all up to? Playing some Brawl, playing some Standard, Limited. I know Amy's got range. Playing a different game. I've seen it all. Amy's the Swiss Army knife of Twitch. If y'all haven't checked out Amy's channel, let me see if I know how to do shout outs here. Oops, that was in the wrong chat. Hooray! Finally, I know how to do that. Okay, so check out Amy. Give her a follow if you're interested. Amy's awesome. All right. Back to me losing horrifically. Quantum Riddler looking good. It's either catching on really quickly or this person is a bomb squad member. That does seem pretty likely, I must say. This list looks quite familiar. If I get Roaring Furnace, then for sure. Alright. Yeah, now they can use that 7 mana, play the Riddler, put counters on that. I'm just over here sighing in jealousy of our opponent's deck. As it's so good and it's so fun. So broken. So very broken, y'all. They're just like, God, what can I do that's better than playing this 5 mana 4/6 that's going to grow into a 11, 10? You know, it's like, what am I supposed to draw next turn? Yep. Here, FOMO draws 2. So good. So spicy. The Quantum Riddler shenanigans. They don't stop. And we're going to concede shortly, but we're going to draw one more draw step, see what we got. But this is my experience of how the games usually felt from the other side. They're like 300 for the set already? Damn, that's wild. Well, at least they'll still be good in... Okay, I think if they discard 2, they only get... Oh, they do get the 3, huh? Okay. I always thought because they were drawing 2... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I haven't gotten a hold of the deck either yet. And I do have some paper tournaments coming, but not till like next weekend. But yeah, I haven't gotten a hold of the deck either. So who knows? I might just never be able to. All right, 14 counters on Tursa. This seems perfectly reasonable. Shadowy Backstreet. Concede. One of these decks is not like the other. One of these decks is not like the other. Tra-la-la-la-la. All right, I'm going to bring in the plethora of cards that I have for this matchup. Anything that deals with the problem cards, I'm going to try to bring in. I don't want counter spells. I don't want Kaidos. I don't want that. I don't want this. But let's see. I want to maintain a solid plan against them. AK, I don't want to take so much stuff out that my aggressive plan is no longer there. So we take out this. Storm Chaser or Spyglass Siren seems like an easy out because they're going to bring in Fire Magic. So I want to play a basically control game against them. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It is a very expensive deck. What else don't I want? Outlaw doesn't kill Mako. Does kill Riddler, though. I think that's still one of the worst cards in the deck, though. Yeah, I don't think Duress is actually that good against them either, even though sometimes it can hit. All right, I mean, this seems like a good post-board configuration. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. All right, before we get into it, I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors here, KMC. If you're interested in checking out any of the products that they have, you can use that promo code in the top left part of your screen. There'll be a description below in the YouTube video or on Twitch, !KMC. If you're interested, they got these new mocked deck boxes with interchangeable diamonds. They're really, really nice, as well as all their sleeves and inner sleeves. If you want to check out some KMC action, my friends. Yeah, Swazo, that's not the best plan, but you know what? That is a plan, and I can't fault you for it. Yeah, I do too. I feel better, but our draw was not, like, horrific. It wasn't good, but, I mean, they had a good draw. That was a good one, and it felt like we didn't really have much going on. And, like, here, might be a solid plan. Might be okay against them. It might not be, though. I'm going to keep. Now, I don't... Do I need to get Ghost Vacuum down right away? They're probably not bringing in counter spells against me, so probably not. We'll get the Backstreets back. All right. But if you go to, like, Florida or whatever, you know, for the spotlight, people will spend money, you know? So that's the big problem there. All right, this is fine. It's definitely not amazing right now, but I'm probably still supposed to keep this, as if I start drawing things to pick up, this is going to be good, but I also already have nowhere to run. See this going either way, especially since I don't have any spells yet. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. Could be wrong, though. All right, talent, vacuum. We get to clean that up at least. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la. Profs. That is definitely the best thing to do when you're on that side, is start with the eidetic memory. Because if you throw threats out there, you're putting them out there for the slaughter. You want to just try to overwhelm them with threats. I love that I'm giving a tutorial on how to play a deck that's not the deck I'm currently playing. That's how much I love and how much I played that deck. I'm like, yeah, opponent's doing that right. Nice. Good job. Sorry, Swazo. It usually does. It usually does. I feel like you play a lot of the same decks I like. Okay. So, I mean, this card is low-key the best sideboard card against us, too. Wow. Felt like the wrong one to put on, but whatever. All right, let's start getting a bunch of creatures underneath the ghost vacuum and use that as our like plan to win the game, since we're clearly not doing anything else of substance. But, I mean, that can be a real plan for sure. Couple more turns, vacuum them up. Yep. And like, we're slowing them down, but they keep coming. The deck never stops. It's a finely tuned machine that keeps beating you down until you're demoralized and in awe all at once. Sorry, Swazo. Sorry to wake you up. What tournament are you getting ready for? Are you playing the Orlando one? Or just RCQing? The Riddler! Oh, that's another card for my vacuum. Yeah, you got a 1 mana 5/5 now. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. I suppose I don't want them to draw any more cards. Sick. I'm very much enjoying my deck. Alright, alright, alright. I'll pass to you. So it looks like we've drawn 1 spell. That's probably not ideal for this deck. Oh, hey, VV. Yeah, in post-board, you just stop discarding VVs and you just start playing them. Well, let's eat the Riddler and at least do that next turn. But then we've unlocked the Cauldron. But what else are we going to do, you know? God, I wish I just had anything to play to then bring these things back. Ugh. I guess I could kill Vivi now. And then eat Vivi. I guess they can then eat Vivi first. They could also eat my trajectory. Yeah, that's all a problem. Yeah, I guess we just do the thing. Probably not going to work out. Our hand has improved. But is it too late? Yeah, their Cauldron answering our Storm Chaser's talents too. That's always a little demoralizing. Or God forbid if they have like an Into the Floodmaw here. That could be pretty bad as well. Is it too late? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Now Vivi is about to pop off. Curse down to 1. Okay, yeah, Joe, that actually happened to me in this match. So yeah, you're right. I was wrong about that. Our opponent's playing Riddlers and there is a deck. I'm assuming they're Bomb Squad adjacent. But yeah, they're, believe it or not, having more fun than I am. You might have, Joe. You might have. I went from trying one to, like, after I cast it the first time, I'm like, okay, well, let's at least try a second one. Then after I cast it the second time, I'm like, all right, let's get a third one in here for sure. The deck, or the card is phenomenal in that deck, actually. No, I think that's excessive. 2-1 for me, but... 2-1. I put the list directly below the posts that you're referring to, so... Joe just stopped reading once he saw his name. He's like, all right, I don't need to read anything else. Hey, what am I doing here? Should I take 12? Probably not. I wouldn't recommend that. Can I use these abilities? No. Three arrows is enough, yeah. Nice. That's a nice Vivi. What can we possibly do? What can we possibly do here? It's actually quite strong, but how late is all of this? Probably too late. 1, 3, boom, boom, boom. Either way, I just can't play the Cosmogrand. Bounce, replay, hit the Cauldron, trajectory, Vivi, nowhere to run this. I mean, that's about as good as it gets, so let's try it. I don't think it's going to be enough. Seam Rip Cauldron. I don't think this is going to be enough. But I mean, we're about to have a good turn. It's just nothing in comparison to some of their busted turns, you know? Where are you putting that counter? That is the one spot I wanted you to put it. Not that that's truly gonna matter, but whatever. Ew! Barely killed that Vivi. Alright, still just dead immediately. Alright, alright. Fair enough. Got the beating of a lifetime against Izzet, but hey, we'll play one more match. I still did have fun there. Still did have fun. One match is not enough to guarantee, you know, that's a bad matchup, but that didn't feel great. I'll tell you that. Let's try another one. That did not feel amazing. All right, last match with Esper, and then we're going to move on to another deck. No blue to start, which is a giant T, but still... Oh, wait, no blue at all. Oh. All right. That sucks. I think I have to ship that. All right, now we have blue, now we have white. Yeah, I'm totally fine. Get rid of one of the stock ups. Yeah, it feels difficult. Unfortunately. That's been my experience from the other side, from the dark side, if you will. Is I feast. I feast. Okay, so let's do this. We'll next turn Pixie and Siren again. Get some good map equity. This should probably not be the worst matchup, I would imagine. I could sack the map here instead to try to guarantee a third land drop. Makes killing this a little more juicy. Like if they have a Helix or whatever, but maybe that's okay. Okay, I can buy it. That worked out well. Now I could just Windmill Slam Cosmogran next turn. A Boros deck is going to have a little bit of tough time dealing with it. And if they aim removal spells at it, so be it, you know? So we'll probably do that. It was a good game. It's a good game, you know? I don't think we made any big mistakes. Yeah, I think we played that pretty tight. All right. Boros Burn with an impatient opponent. I don't know. I don't think we really want to change much. I think our deck... Oh, I guess this giant lifelinker seems good, huh? No more lies for burn spells seems pretty reasonable as well. I don't want a crazy amount of removals, so I think like the medium stuff like Shot Your Sheriff we probably don't need. Probably don't need stock up on the draw. Do some seam ripping. Could eat tokens and then you bounce this and eat more tokens. That could be cool. I'll try something like that. That seems fair. Seems fair to me. I kind of want to keep this. Maybe it's silly. Get to kill one thing. Need a land to kill something else. And our hand is a little expensive. This is probably a mulligan, but it's a little tempting. Alright. Discipline mulligan. Let's keep this one. This looks good. We definitely want the lands. Probably can get rid of the tragic since we don't have black mana as it stands. Let's try this. Let's just throw the otter to the goblin. Yes, your job is to block, little otter. Okay. Definitely want to seam rip that. Don't love taking all this damage, but that's okay. Still just gonna hold back my little otter friend. Yeah, I know, Joe. Poor otter. Was once so free. Now forced into battle with goblins. Oh my god, it's Lightning Helix! Alright. Amazing draw. Now let's just go like this and say go. Guess I could have attacked with that otter. Yeah, I probably should have. That's alright. That's a card I love to not have on the battlefield. Now we're going to be getting busy with these otters. Okay. Still might be better to just cure in, replay this, and then save this for Screaming Nemesis. That seems to check out to me. This is just a greasy wrench goblin after all. Boom. Actually, do I want that in the yard so I can just bring it back? Yeah, I sure do. Let's do that. Why would you do that during your draw step? Whatever. This could be risky if they have like another flyer. Might be an unnecessary risk, but it's too good if they don't have it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to leave one of our otter friends back. Just in case. And then we can kind of take over next turn if this isn't too big of a turn. One does not ask why the greasy wrenches are there. Alright, I don't want to block that one. Okay, well, no Cosmogrand now, I don't think. Let's just do this. And go utterly bananas. Bang. A self-destruct or something? Nope, okay. Bang. Here we go. Oh my god! The claw, okay. Could just kill it with this. That's probably better, and then defend with this. Here's that. I'm just gonna do this, attack, and then try to win the game next turn. Which we actually can't do at the moment. But if they draw bricks, then they're just dead, dead, dead. Could have like a burst lightning, I guess, and put us in check next turn. Okay, so we can play this proactively. Ooh. Ooh. That was good for them, but, you know, like, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a Boros charm, so I think that's still fine. Alright, so now we get to do this. We get to do this. And we're back. And the game is over! Alright, well, who would have guessed? Esper Pixie beat the living crap out of anything that wasn't the deck, the Is It Cauldron deck, and we lost to that quite badly. This does seem like a deck that just cleans up some nonsense, you know? Like any kind of nonsensical deck, we're just going to absolutely slap down. And then Is It's close, although I do think we're disadvantaged. But hey, still a really fun deck. And, you know, I'll be keeping my eye on this deck. I'll definitely be checking out iterations. If that matchup can get solved, this easily could be the best deck in the format. But right now, I would think Is It still has the crown. So if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to hit the subscribe button, as well as comment below, share the video. All that kind of stuff really helps out the channel. So thank you so much. We'll see you in the next video. All right. What's next? What's next on the agenda? All right, we're going to upload another deck. Let's see what we're going to play now. Let's see what we're going to play now. Agreed, I love Esper. I loved Esper, that's for sure. Okay, bye. Wait, where are you going? We're not leaving yet. We're not actually leaving. Sorry, y'all. That was just the end of a YouTube video I was making. We're still hanging around. Sorry, I know that's kind of jarring, but yeah, it's just better for YouTube intros and outros if I do it live, you know? Okay, hi. There we go. I like that. I like that. Okay, bye. All right, then. Hello. Love it. Okay, so yes, let's go with mono black next. This deck looks sweet, and then we'll end with our version of Is It, okay, y'all? So let's check this out. So this one, it was Zevin Faust that put this main deck out, and then I just built a shitty sideboard. But I thought Zevin's deck looked really cool. So we're going to do this. Just give me a second, y'all. I got to run to the bathroom, okay? All right, let's do this. Okay, two-time pre-release champion. You got it, Joe. You got it. I wouldn't not give you your credit. That's for damn sure. All right, let's get into this. All right, what up, y'all? We are going to be playing ourselves some more Standard, as Standard has been awesome right now. Been a lot of fun to explore. Going to take a look at this mono black deck, which looks really wild to me as, you know, number one, black isn't the most popular color in Standard by a lot. Hasn't been a lot of great decks with it. But once again, I just can't resist playing more Dark Confidant decks. So we're going to give this a shot. I think this is going to be sweet. I believe Zevin Faust initially posted this list on Twitter. Zevin's been kind of crushing it, joined Team Handshake pretty recently, all around skilled Magic player. Built this, you know, main deck, looked really cool. I dished together a sideboard that I'm sure is horrifically bad, but just really wanted to see the power level of the deck, see if it's real or not, and then we can go from there. So, you know, a lot of cool stuff. 4 Cecil with Dark Confidant ends up doing some really nice stuff. We have Forsaken Miner, as we're going to be committing a lot of crimes. This card, of course, you commit a crime just by playing a land. Tragic Trajectory, just either disfigure or it's going to kill some big creatures. You know, you have some warp creatures, the Timeline Color, and then Archenemy's Charm, which kind of has 3 good modes, you know? You can return a couple creatures to your hand, you can exile a creature or a planeswalker, and then put 2 counters on target creature, gains lifelink. Most charms do not have 3 good abilities, and these are 3 good abilities. There's no like, yeah, 2 are pretty good, but 1's pretty bad. Like, these are good abilities that are all very useful at different times of the game. So, kind of a big fan of this. Corpses of the Lost is a card that, you know, is just a little tricky as well. Can just do some nasty stuff. So let's give it a shot and see if this mono black deck has some legs or some bones. I don't know. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Okay. Good. Oh, I got to put this in the stream deck. Give me 1 sec. So many buttons, so many buttons. Okay, deck will be live in your stream deck here in a second. Exclamation point deck if you want to check it out. Let's check it out. Yeah, it exactly does, Nick. Yep, Modern will be 100% the focus after Orlando. But for Standard, I have the Arena Champs I'm commentating this weekend, and then Orlando. So putting in a lot of work this week. And then even next week, I might start dabbling back into both Modern and Limited. I got to get Limited down as well. So might be Limited next week, but then really hitting Modern hard after that, Nick. I know, I miss it as well. I love that format. I love that format. So, all right, y'all, let's battle. Let's battle. And then we'll do Is It After This to round up the stream. And then I'm going to Olive Garden with my brother, my fiance, and my baby. Because we're family. All right, let's do this. All right, our opponent has the great avatar. The best avatar you can have. I know, Joe. I know. It is a classic. Not just a Baumeister classic. It's just a classic. When you're there and in a Fast and the Furious movie, you're family. Okay, our opponent has mulliganed, giving us a head start. So this warps for 2 mana, or warps for 1. All right, well, we're going to have a lot of options here. We have 3 different options for turn 1. I think it is still going to be the creature that stays on the battlefield. So let's do that. But, I mean, something really cool is I can warp this, and then can't I kill something immediately? Or a spell was warped. So yeah, I sure can. That turns on trajectory by itself, which is spicy. Or I could just cast it. I definitely want to try to get Dark Confidant down, but they probably have a Lightning Helix. You may cast this card from your graveyard using its warp cost. Interesting. So the max amount of damage would be me playing Vine Lasher first, then warping Timeline Color. It seems pretty solid. Or just playing Dark Confidant, making them deal with that. Yeah, I truly don't know. I'm gonna go with the Dark Confidant plan, I think. And regret it, I'm sure. This feels like a pretty face-up Lightning Helix, but I played right into it anyways, for whatever reason. Alright. This is indeed a skeleton. Beginning of your end step, if you descended, you can pay 1 and return it. So I think I am going to do that. Also an interesting card. Yeah, okay. Let's just get the corpses flying. Yeah, I suppose they did get blue mana off that. Yeah, that was probably a mistake. Alright, I have probably not played these early turns optimally, we'll say. Okay, now I want to start getting some damage going with this. Kaboom. This could get countered as well. No, I didn't, but I will definitely check that out later. That sounds awesome. I love me an otter list. Alright, let's get this color down. I mean, that was a good amount of damage. You know, I'm kind of wrecked to a Wrath effect. Had to expect that as well. Dragons, dragons, dragons. Yep. So I'm just casting this. I'm not warping it. So as it stands... And I guess I can just attack with everything. Well, I can attack with the 2 creatures that I don't care if they die. How does this come back again when you commit a crime? Okay. So I don't want this to die, but I'll attack with these. This card could be really good. This card could actually be pretty strong. Okay. So now I can do this. And yeah, we'll just play our card. I don't know how good this card's going to be, but all I know is this deck is not going to be able to beat a fire magic to save its life, that's for sure. Yeah. Let's do some warping. On target creature and opponent controls, huh? Well, they don't have one of those. Here they come. All right, I will say go. That does them an extra damage. Boom. Now we're cooking. Okay. I would imagine this is not going to be our favorite matchup, though. Our opponent did mull to 5, and this game still feels very close. It's not a great sign. Okay. That is true. That is true. Warping itself out is pretty nice. Yeah, if they have an exile effect, we feel quite bad here. Where, like, maybe we could have just kept Vine Lasher in hand, but still think it's worth pressuring them. Maybe. Well, I mean, this will just kill them again. This card keeps coming. Wow. I mean, Timeline Color wrecked them that game. That card slaps. All right, as you can expect, my sideboard is kind of nonsense. So what do we want? Duress is fine, but with them being able to get it back, you know, get their stuff back from the yard, it's not as good. Caustic Bronco could be good too. Oh, that was one of my favorites. I did a lot of winning with Scrounger decks. That kind of got me back onto the Pro Tour and stuff. I mean, the 4-1 seems like the worst card, right? Could also be this. Maybe the Charm is actually not that good in this matchup. They exile a lot of things. Yeah, I could see it. Or just the Trajectory. That could be worse. That's probably worse. Yeah. So I like Caustic Bronco too. Gotta have some removal. This does hit pretty hard. All right. We are gonna try this. It is Edge of Eternities. Unfortunately. It is Edge of Eternities. Okay. I will keep. Okay. Duress. Do we want to get that going right away? We could, and then try to play the Bronco and start getting some card drawn. I mean, that is what I want to do. So, yeah, let's try that. Can our Duress whiff again? Oh my god, it hit. Now if we take this though, maybe they don't get land drops? Because their big stuff is just kind of going to rip us apart, huh? Just hope they brick. Alright, let's do it. Okay, do we want a double spell? Or just Bronco? They could give me a fish and kill it. That is very true, Nick. That is very true. That would have also sucked. Alright, let's double spell, I guess. Oh, you're right. No double white. Ah, okay. Let's play Bronco then. Very good point. Are they going to brick? Wow, how lucky. Saddle 3, huh? I guess I won't be saddling. I just don't really care anyways. Get the Snorse going. Force them to have it by double creaturing here. Now, let's start with this. God, this card slaps. Gonna give me a fish? Is this enough of a battlefield? Probably not. Even though I feel bad about overextending into a face-up Wrath where all they need is one land, but here we are. We tried to do our best to prevent them from hitting, and we did it! Alright, so now what? Now we don't want to overextend any farther. I mean, our deck's all creatures, so we'll be extending, but so this is your end step. Well, let's NBA Jam. We'll play it. Can they brick again? Alright, our opponent was mad that we took their Consult to Stars, that's for sure. Alright, our deck did some nice stuff here. Alright, and we have ranked up. We're officially Diamond. I had a lot of fun there. Let's keep it going. GG indeed, GG. This deck's fun. This deck's really fun. Skeletons. Next step, Mythic. All I see is diamonds. All I see are diamonds, my friends. All right, as we're getting ready for this next one, let's give a shout out to our other sponsor here of the channel, good old Heavy Play. If you're interested in any of these products you see, as well as any other cool stuff here from Heavy Play, you can use that URL above me. Use that promo code CoreyB. They have a bunch of cool like artwork playmats. Let me see if I have one here. Yes, yes, yes. Their new artwork series things, they're pretty sick. And they're doing like different artwork collaborations with a bunch of different artists. So check out their website if you want to get some of them. Pretty cool stuff. These ETB playmats, I love the magnetic feel. Next level stuff, that's for sure. Thank you, Heavy Play. You rock. All right, let's battle. Oh my god, it's Cloud versus Sephiroth. We have to win this for the sake of all Final Fantasy fans. And they're in high mythic. Oh my goodness. It's on. All right. I'll keep. Yeah, we'll try to hit him hard with Cecil to start. All right. I have, Joe. That's one of the 4 or 5 I played. I played 7, 10, 10-2, Tactics. And now I'm playing 6. Those are my main ones. Those are my main ones. I'm a fan. All right, what the hell is this? If you descended... Oh, so an Orzhov sack deck, I imagine? Well, on target creature and opponent controls. I don't know if this is going to be a good idea. 4-1 Menace. Pumping their creatures, though. Like, if they don't put another creature out, and I'm bumping up their lifelinker, that seems like a bad idea on my part. So let's not do that. And just get busy with this thing. Crunch. 10 was a huge part of my childhood, that's for sure. Nick, I haven't heard anything, but I also couldn't say anything if I did. You never know. I have enjoyed playing that format, though. I hope they bring it back in some way. What in the F? Okay. Our opponent is doing some stuff. It's pretty good. Pretty good. These are not skeletons. If you descended. I wonder, does this have to see it? Probably not, right? If you descended from anywhere. So I don't think it would have to see it. Which means I can attack first. Can and should. Alright, we'll still play this. I do like both of those decks, Cam, but I would think it's the way to do it. I do like Dimir as a deck, though. I think that is a very strong Tier 1 deck, too. Dimir, Esper Blink, the 2 versions of Izzet. That kind of feels like the only Tier 1 or above. But Cauldron feels S tier to me. The other 3 are Tier 1, is how I put it right now. Okay, well, we're dead. We don't play removal. We don't play removal spells. Shit. Alrighty. Start playing some creatures and hope for the best. His opponent getting so high up there. I imagine they still play against Izzet decks. I mean, this is pretty cool. Oh, this card does not feel good. This card does not seem good to me. Oh, they have haste. Okay. I think I probably played that wrong earlier. Could pay 1 life and return this to my hand. Oh, that does not seem good. For 2 haste, Joe. Thank you very much. Yeah, Chris, I don't know. Once you figure it out, let me know. I haven't found consistent ways for that deck to lose. Okay. There is at least a thing. There is at least a thing. It's probably too late. I probably just have to kill the old Dark Confidant. Oh yeah, because this will gain flying if Dark Confidant sticks around. Okay. Alright, let's try this. So let's attack. God, do I want to attack with a decent amount of things? Get a little froggy? Alright, let's get slightly froggy here. Let's put a counter on old Dark Confidant. Alright. Then let's kill Dark Confidant. And let's play this. Why didn't this trigger? Oh, the tokens don't count, huh? Okay. Amalia? Uh-oh. It's probably not great for me. Oh, they can take a pain to give this flying? Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Yeah, that's... Alright, opponent's deck is sweet. Opponent's deck is really sweet. The only thing we'd want to bring in is Feed the Swarm, I would think. Which is probably not even the best removal spell we could have. I'm going to take out some of these cards. They seem horrific. Just back-to-back Dark Confidant decks battling each other? I mean, come on. The world is healing. Alright, Evil won that game. Evil won that game. Yeah, Bronco might have been better. Or good enough to bring in. Instead of the 4-1 for sure. Yeah, you're right, Elliot. Oh, this could have been a Bronco. Me dumb. Alright, we get to probably cast our first Archenemy's Charm, though. That's cool. Hey, I mean, just having any removal here is a big deal. We just did not have any early removal. Okay. I am going to play this. As I'm going to start putting counters on things and then killing them. Wow. I'll take that. I'll take that for sure. For days. Alright. Do I want to landfall this? Doesn't seem horrific. Alright. Or offspring it, you know. I've loved mono black decks like this in the past. They've basically all had Smuggler's Copter. But, ugh, some sweet stuff. Okay, well, we're going to have to kill that. Going to have to murder Amalia. Ward pay 3, huh? Happily pay. Did not mean to attack with all of them. For sure. Should have left the one that got blocked back. That was a little overzealous. That's on me. That one I'm gonna take fault on that one. Is this when it dies? Ooh. Hello, exile. Get that out of there. Sounds good, Chris. Sounds good. I wonder if they even, like, want the Bob at this point. I'm sure they do. Their deck's gonna draw so many cards, you know? Okay, but now we're completely out of gas. That's a problem. Opponent... Oh, okay. Okay. Shoot. Let's go with this. Hiya. Yeah, raise the past stuff. That's brutal. Okay, now I guess I just say go. Opponent's deck is actually gas, though. I don't think it could ever beat a Cauldron deck in a million years, but it's still pretty cool. What match is this? Is this our second match with the deck? Third? I can't remember. Either way, we're dead. They are absolutely cooking, though. I mean, we're dead. What are we supposed to do? Yeah. GG. GG. Okay, well, that was really cool. And also not great. Sephiroth finally wins. Sephiroth finally wins. Okay, we'll play one more with this deck. Then we'll get to Izzet. Alright. I think that was our second. Yeah, we played the Jeskai deck right away. That's right. Okay. That's right. Well, some definitely good things to take away. Alright, now that's what I'm talking about. Some heroes here. Okay. Turn 2 Dark Confidant. Perfectly reasonable. Oh, they have the dastardly Dwayne. I wonder if we're going to be bringing that back on the Arena Champs this weekend. I feel like we usually do, but I have zero information on it. It's always some silly rock stuff we're doing. Seam Rip on my Forsaken Miner. Mother of God. Okay. Alright, if our poor Dark Confidant dies here, then I feel like we're going to be very sad. Alright. Alright, at least we can bring it back. That was not a horrific draw. At least if our Vine Lasher dies, then we can bring 2 things back, but this isn't looking great. Probably have to just kill that one. Let's see. Put counters on it. Lifelink. Yeah, this feels like an exile kind of thing. Yeah, that card's just too good. To the Shadow Realm with you! Yeah, I feel like we're just always running out of steam. This deck feels like it's just not quite there. Not quite there. Sorry, just adjusting the stream title. Forgot to do that. Okay. All right, we're cooking. Do we play the land now? What are they going to try to flash in on us? The thing? Probably. Yeah, let's get value. Now there's some thought that I shouldn't overextend, but I don't know. Are these kind of black-white style decks really playing Ultima or whatever? Or just Day of Judgment in general? We're going to find out. That's good enough. Ibiza is always good enough. Okay. Well, as much as I love that card, it does not look amazing right now by any means. Let's warp it. And let's attack with the only 2 creatures we can. Wait a minute. If this dies... Oh yeah, you can cast it with its warp cost. So it's not free, but that's good enough. Alright, well, lose 2 more. That leads me to believe they're about to play another Biza. And we'll be dead. And we'll be very dead. Quite dead. Uh-oh. That looks pretty bad, too. Okay, so that's... If... Oh, so they can do this with a treasure, huh? Right? There's no reminder text for void there. Cool, cool, cool. Sweet. If it not on permanent. Okay, no. Yeah, okay, so that does work with that. So they don't even need to do this, right? Oh, okay. So they're just trying to draw cards, which I do not want them to do. But I don't want to block with anything else, so, yep. Enjoy it. Or I could have just let them draw 2, go to 6, and maybe try to win the game. That actually could have been... I mean, I still have to get this card out of the way, but... Okay. I mean, yeah, this card's good. This card's gonna eat us alive. Removal. Removal. Oh, shit. Yeah, now they're gonna connect with this. We're dead. Not fully, but probably. So I can warp this back, right? You can cast this from the graveyard with using its warp ability. Oh, no, it's in warp. Okay. Well, I mean, I can't attack, but I can play this, and I can play this, and be on my way. Now they, no matter what, get to gain 4. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Wow, that seems incorrect. So this would die. I can cast it from my graveyard for its warp. Sure. I didn't want to animate this unless they have some kind of wrath effect, but... Okay. It's a cool card. Okay. Do I actually just get rid of Soulstone Sanctuary? God, they can gain so much life with those two. Yeah, I think I will. You know it. You know it. Okay. Okay. I don't know if this is all going to be enough, but this is interesting. If only I had another way to get lands into play. Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't attack with anything. Your go. Now, at any point, though, they can just gain 7 life. Which is probably not great. Yeah, I figured it was about time that they were going to start getting busy here. Now, I think I should just block just enough to try to stay alive and then win from there. Or try to. And what does that look like? Probably just blocking with my token. Take 4. I guess Dark Confidant could kill me then, but... yeah, whatever. Maybe I was just supposed to block with that. It's pretty good. Yeah, now they can just gain 6. Sweet. Alrighty then. Needed that a little sooner to deal with this. Alright, black-white value. I mean, black-white blink in its truest form, but with a bunch of Bizas. It's probably not great for us, y'all. Probably not great. Definitely want to kill their big stuff. Broncos look good. Duresses look bad. Let's get rid of this card because it was very unexciting anyways. This card does not look good in this matchup, but I do think it's just a good card. And Gissa, yeah, I mean, it's just so expensive. Alright, we'll give this a shot. Alright. Oh, yeah, this hand looks spicy. I'll be keeping. Alright, how are we going to lose with this hand to, yeah, probably to a Biza. That would make sense. Alright, let's get this in there. I mean, this is great to just be able to sack to a momentum breaker, I'll tell you that. Okay. I love the warp cards. I actually really like that mechanic. It's been fun. Well, that's not great. I don't think we really want to just put counters on something and get busy. So, we're just going to attack. And hope we get a good target for that. But maybe we had too much removal. That would have looked great as that enchantment. But, oh, never mind. They were kind. But now Ibiza just has the great joy of dominating us next turn. Alright. Elk me sideways. Hate it. Yeah, this deck can't beat Ibiza. Not in a billion years. Yep. And we've ran out of gas. Yeah, this deck's probably not for me, y'all. But there was some cool stuff going on. It's not quite up to snuff, but I wanted to try it. Obviously, the sideboard's a complete mess. That's a fact. Knew that going in. But hey, we learned. We'll delete this one after, though. Opponent's deck is cool, though. I think I might like this more than Esper Pixie. Maybe. I don't know. Hard to tell. Oh, and Holy Onyx? That would have been a good one. That's a very good point. That should be in this deck. Claudio, we just got done with your deck a little earlier. We had fun. We went 2-1. The deck is sweet. Alright. Alright. Yeah, 2-1. Lost to Cauldron horrifically bad. And then smashed the other two decks really easily. But anyways, for this mono black deck, if you're watching this on YouTube, maybe not my favorite deck, but it is fun. And there can be some things to learn from this deck, even though it was not necessarily a home run. But we won 2. It wasn't the nightmare of going 0-3. Although, you know, the round we won, our opponent may have mulliganed to 5 a lot and that kind of thing, but whatever. We'll forget about that. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe, all that kind of stuff on the YouTube channel, and we'll see you in the next video. All right, so that's going to do it for Mono Black. We're going to end the stream with one more set of matches here with Is It Cauldron. I'm just going to delete this one, believe it or not. I don't think that one is good enough, even though we did learn some stuff. Now, the Rakdos deck, that one's sweet. And what was this again? That also looks sweet. Forgot about this deck. I want to try this at some point, too. This looks pretty cool. We'll see. Clarion Conqueror, I think, is a good card. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. I was just saying, I think like the 4 tier 1 or higher decks are like the 2 Isits, Esper Blink, and no, I forgot. Oh, Endemir. Yeah, I think those are like the top 4 decks right now. I haven't tried a Simic Pile. No. I wish Unidecks were better, but they just can't be played with Cauldron decks around. You know, it just doesn't work. But yeah, I think the deck is good. Claudio's Esper deck, very strong. What did I have in here? It must be a one of split card. What would be a one of split card that didn't get transferred over? I mean, whatever. I could just put anything in here. This isn't what we're going to play, but also, is this even standard legal anymore? Oh, it is. Yeah, right? Whatever. We'll just put this here just so it's a legal deck. But yeah, I wanted to play that later. Oh, probably have too many duresses. That would make sense. I don't know. Biza should always be a 4 of, I feel. That looks good. Yeah. Agreed, unfortunately. Okay, I am going to get myself a beverage. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna jam my bread and butter. The old Quantum Riddler, is it? Okay, BRB, friends. All right. I'm going to get this deck in the stream deck here, y'all. Give me 1 sec after I, of course, crack this delicious Coke Zero. Now we're playing the bread and butter, my friends. Now we're playing the good stuff. So far, definitely the Esper deck has been the best today. Rakdos was not bad. Mono Black was really bad. But Esper, that felt nice, you know? You know, it gets better with the Riddler. You know, more things to discard. Any 3-drop. I'm actually closer to 2 than I am to 0. I've liked it. But I like this spread of a lot of 2-ofs. I know it looks kind of weird. But when you're a deck that draws so many cards, you want high-impact 2-ofs instead of stock 4-ofs. Just gives your deck this dynamic shift to be able to do a lot of different things. But yeah, this is the closer. You know, we had 3 openers, you know, now we're ready for the closer. All right. All right. That is not it. The quantum is it. Let me get this in here for y'all and we'll be good to go. But yeah, Quantum Riddler, y'all, has just been the truth. Gotta give to Joe the credit here he deserves for talking me into trying it, as it is quite impressive. It does some nasty things in this deck, y'all. Does some nasty... All right, it should be in the deck list now. All right. I guess I'll save it here. I'm going to do a little YouTube intro. Sorry, y'all, for that kind of awkwardness. But here we are. I got to make YouTube content, too. All right, let's do it. All right, y'all, what is up? We are going to be playing ourselves my favorite deck of the format. It is an absolute nasty deck that does things that I feel shouldn't really be allowed in Standard. As, you know, I think this is definitely one of the best decks in the format. I believe it to be the very best. I think it's that S tier, and then I think there's like 3 or 4 tier 1 decks right below it. But, you know, I've figured, I'm still changing a lot of cards, still figuring things out, but kind of the main thing I'm trying here is Quantum Riddler. And Quantum Riddler, I feel like I could write a full book on this card in this deck because it does so many things. A couple of the things, the main things. Number 1, you can warp it into play. I know, shocking. Or you can cast it. All right, that is not my 2 examples. But you can warp it into play, draw your card, and then it conveniently has 4 power to harmonize with Winter Night Stories. You can warp it into play if you already have the Soul Cauldron Vivi stuff going. Put Vivi counter onto it. Then essentially it nets you 3. I warp this more than I do anything. It's a thing where I warp first to kind of do this combo style thing with the deck. And then late game, after I've ran out of gas, I've depleted my resources, then you play the Quantum Riddler for the front, or you have that insane amount of extra mana that you have from Vivi turns where you can kind of just cast it and it's just a good, powerful creature. I've had opportunities where I warped it into play and then I gave my stuff haste with this. You know, I mean, it just really, really does some nasty things where its baseline is 2 mana, draw a card, which is not good enough for like the early game. You know, Profs is always going to be a better turn 2 play. But it's that solid turn 3, maybe turn 4 play where it really puts it over the edge. And then if you got nothing to do on 2, you know, it's not the absolute worst to just draw a card and put it into the exile. So other than that, not a lot of changes. I do have another Quantum Riddler down here in the sideboard. I'm adding a couple more Broadside Barrage as I think Roaring Furnace is good, but if you have too many of that card and you were to mulligan or something, all of a sudden you're not killing big creatures very effectively. So I'm really liking the 2 Barrage, 2 Roaring Furnace. You know, you're going to see a lot of 2-ofs in this because this deck draws so many cards that if you can draw some of your 1-ofs, your 2-ofs, and they have higher impact than, you know, let's say one of these cards that's a 4 of, that's pretty good for the deck. Outside of that, I have another kind of sideboard plan that I'm going to try out if we play against other Izzet decks. And being able to transition into this deck when you're on the draw. I mean, on the play, you want to just do your thing, you know, try to be all in as possible. But on the draw, I've been going to a very reactive Quantum Riddler style deck where I take out Makos, I bring in all my interaction, and I kind of just turn into a Riddler control deck that can also pop off with Vivi at any point. It's been working for me pretty well last night. I went a solid 6-0 with this deck, 3 mirrors, where I won all my games on the draw, which I thought was pretty cool. So still a work in progress, but I'm trying it out. So if you're interested in this deck as much as I am, there's a Patreon below, a description below if you're watching this on YouTube, or ! Patreon if you're watching this live. And you can come on in as we explore, talk about different things, and then eventually I'll be writing a sideboard guide and an article for this deck to really, you know, help out with people's RCQs. Plus, it's what I'm going to play for my RCQs, as this deck is just so much fun to play, y'all. I'm geeking out about it. So, all right, let's battle. I love it, y'all. I love this deck. It's so fun. New deck. Alchemy ranked best of 1. Did I put this in the thing? You guys go. Let me see. Is that the right deck? I suppose I could just check it out, but I think it is. Riddler, is it? It sure is. All right. I don't know why it restarted me to this. Whatever. Okay, let's battle. Let us battle. Okay. Nothing amazing. But memory into Tursa, totally fine. Definitely a keeper. This deck just has a lot of hands you keep, you know? It's just a lot of good curve outs. You know, the best draws all start with Mako, so if you don't have that, it's less than ideal, but... And the best draws, you know, curve in and they have that VV plan right away, but otherwise, you just loot a lot of cards, you draw a lot of cards, you find what you need eventually. And profs on 2 is one of the most important things. Okay. Too many lands, but we'll do this. Like to play my 3 lands, you know, played on first couple turns, you know, before anything else type thing. Okay. Okay. I'm afraid. I mean, if they go that 4-drop where they put 2 artifacts into play and I don't have the Abrade, which I do not, this could be a huge problem, of course. So it's either do we want to shatter and attack this turn, or play Scholar, try to discard, try to draw and discard a VV to then pop off next turn. That's really what it's all about, is Scholar finds us VV. Tursa, you need to already have VV. I mean, I want to try to find VV. Plus, flyers might be important if I have to go above the robots. You know, I got enough lands, believe it or not. I don't need to get rid of the old Quantum Tickler here. Let's get rid of these 2. 2 lands that come into play tapped. And we'll say go. Definitely not ideal by any means. We need to find VV stuff. But if they don't do that, like, all right, put, you know, 3 constructs into play this turn, I feel okay. That's pretty good, but definitely not the end of the world. Feels like another Tursa turn. They can do some tapping down, whatever. This actually is very good at shutting down our cauldrons anyways. So, yeah, perfectly reasonable here. And that's the thing, is like, yeah, we're very flooded this game, but you unflood pretty quickly. All right, and now we're cooking. So next turn we do some stuff if given the opportunity. Let's go to combat. Let's do this so we can attack with both. Doing stuff, always a good start. That's true, Todd. How are you? Okay, beatdowns. This kind of gives away our secret that we don't have anything, but you know, you never know if you're going to be attacking with a sanctuary, because you never know what kind of mana advantage you're about to have, you know? This could easily be a post-combat Cauldron VV shenanigans after they tap us down with the net. Like, they're doing stuff. This is not nothing, but I would think we're still about to have a good turn. How can I best do this? I think it does have to be a post-combat thing, otherwise they're gonna get me. But if I play Winter Night Stories beforehand, they might hold off, but then I get to attack for a large amount. Then they could Repurposing Bay and kill me, though. I actually think I'm in trouble. Oh, wait, this... Oh, never mind. They can't stop what I'm doing. Never mind. They can't stop me. They can stop one of the creatures, but they can't stop both, is what my assumption is here. And I've already activated the ability, so they can't ice this down and stop that. So... now they can't even do anything, because they waited too long. Now I get to use the mana from both. Okay, so I suppose it's time to get the old Quantum Riddler down. I'm going to start it off warping. Alright, we're going to pop off, but we got to do it a little quickly. Alright, now that was excellent. Let's do this. Stories. Discard another VV, or we can play another VV. I think playing the VV seems great. VV. Profs. Dang it. I should have torched there first. That was a mistake. That's okay. Torch. All right, let's start with this. Yep. Let's hit this. That's gone. Here's the first blue. Send that to the Shadow Realm. We can play this by tapping Vivi. Discard Vivi. Here's the second half. Destroy the net. And they're dead. Yep. When they destroy the net, that's the whole point, is now this profs puts all the counters on one of the creatures' attacks for lethal. So they were literally just dead that turn. Deck's insane. Now I get to sideboard into 4 braids. That's pretty strong. The spell pierces are probably pretty good as well. Yeah, pretty good, right, Swazo? But hey, you know, other decks are good too. Just, they don't look as disgusting as that. Okay, Torch looks bad. Into the Floodmaw's fine. A Braid is a banger. The Roaring Furnace is fine. The Riddlers are great. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I like Spell Pierces and that kind of stuff too, and maybe I don't actually want Roaring Furnace. So I just want my deck to do its thing. Maybe I don't actually need Into the Floodmaw too. That actually seems worse. So now I could do a couple of Pierce. Pierce just seems great. But I also love some Quantum Riddling. I'm also tilted I have mismatched Spell Pierces. I agree. They could have Rest in Peace, which means I want to hedge a little. But I don't really want to change my deck too much for them if they have it. Like, the thing is, so many cards are good in this matchup. I can't bring them all in. Oh, let me change my stream title. Okay. All right. The double tap land is a tilter, but outside of that, you know, everything else is fine. So let's do that. A Braid for the 3-drop thing is definitely what we're going to need to do. That's usually not fair. No! Vivi! You've died. That makes sense. Okay, so now what do we want to get going? Probably just profs. Could be just land go and try to abrade this. Now, let's get the profs down. Was contemplating leaving the VV on top too, and I deeply regret it now, but that's okay. Yeah, now if they play the thing, we do got to hold up a Braid for it because that card is the way they beat us. Yeah. But we don't have to kill it right now. We can be a little reactive and wait for them to put more stuff. So if I can top deck a red source, that would be pretty great. No such luck, but that is going to be our plan, just to braid the world. They could have counter spells, but I really don't think they will. I don't think I need another land right now either. And we'll say go. Let's hope there's not something that punishes me here for waiting. I mean, there is. It's like if they have another one and a spell pierce and land 4, but I don't think they're spell piercing me. And I was gonna say, and it could incentivize them to do this. Not that, you know, that's already gonna be good. Okay. All right, so our graveyard is pretty much out of commission. We need to accept that, and that's A-okay. Okay, we can just start playing VVs. Suppose I just want a double threat here. VV! They're going to eat up our graveyard. We're never going to really be able to utilize Winter Night Stories unless we cast it right away, which we will probably do. So our turns might be a little more boring. It just might be double Winter Night Stories, go, you know, make some big creatures type thing. Zanet. Now that's something we might want to kill. All right, time to cook. Time to cook. They're probably going to take down Vivi, but whatever. Don't think I want to discard 2 cards right now. Does mean we cannot Winter Night Stars. Oh, we can never Winter Night Stories when we have these out because they can always do this. That's still fine. That's still totally fine. I guess it's just FOMO. Okay, I got it. Okay. So it is FOMO. Discard the old starting town. Learn standard. Wants to learn standard. Is it better? I would think, yeah, if price isn't an option, it's best to learn on Arena. And then once you are at a certain level, then head to Magic Online for challenges. That's a good way to do it. Magic Online challenges are harder than Arena Ladder. That's kind of the thing. So now, I mean, I can slap this on Vivi and force them to braid it basically every turn. Yeah, let's do that. Main decking for real. Honestly, I wouldn't even think it's crazy, you know? Like, I think it's that good, you know? That didn't work out great. That was a nice little combo. Yeah, I don't even think that's that crazy. Like, wasn't I even saying to you, Joe, like, I wouldn't be so shocked if we look back where, you know, Riddler was a stock card. I said it pretty jokingly at the time, but now I wouldn't be shocked at all. All right, so we've lost 2 VVs. That is disappointing. Okay, but they... Okay, so they can craft with this? I don't know. We'll see what they do with their crafting. I never know what any of their artifacts do on the backside until they hit me. And like, look what they're doing. They've stopped the combo. But now I'm gonna beat them down with the normal part of the deck, you know? Like. So what does this do? Tap 2 artifacts and it becomes an artifact. Okay, so they can make 5/5? Sure. I don't think we'll be sanctuarying here. Wild Riding Riddler. Oh, I guess I gotta look at this deck, huh? Is number 1 on Mythic with it or what? Or on Arena? All right, I'll take a peek at it after this game. All right, so we're gonna discard these 2 cards. This can turn into a 5/5. But I can abrade it. Oh, they're going to control my delirium. Well, regardless, let's go to combat. We drew 2 cards. So to push past the 5/5, we can either just abrade it or put everything on Mako. Abrading it seems pretty tempting. All right. Could also just furnace it after it blocks and kills one of my creatures. That seems worse. Playing 4 braids has felt awesome. Yeah, I don't care about the net that much. The net is a good card, though. Don't get me wrong. The net controls different creatures for Cauldron and stuff. But the vacuums are already controlling my Cauldrons. All right. And now if we ever draw, you guessed it, the old Quantum Riddler, we're going to pop off. That's true. That's true, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, I know. If they didn't have the vacuums, I would have had Delirium there. And I mean, that's half of the busted thing of this is memory with Delirium. Like, it's completely bananas. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really gonna do this. All right, let's Winter Night Stories. Easy to discard 2 lands here. I want to just keep hitting them hard, so I don't think I want to, like, harmonize the one from the yard. I don't want to tap a creature. So I probably just cast the other one from my hand, or maybe I profs. Yeah, they might do that proactively. That's a good point. I could actually do it again and maybe put them in a weird spot, you know? Where they, like, can't get delirium gone or anything. Yeah, let's try it. Oh, that was a tilter. Because I wanted an untapped land. Yeah, I am going to just discard these, be on my way. Let's see if they take it again. Alright, I'm going to force them to get rid of these two, and then I at least get a Tersa activation to hit a land. Otherwise, they die. Got a lot of hits to the land, I imagine. I discarded a ton. Cool, cool, cool. Value! Here you go. Still looking solid. Creatures are gigantic. Of course, we're one wrath away from being in a very rough spot, though. Uh-oh. I mean, that's, of course, terrifying. Oh, yeah. Well, we easily could be dead now. Repurposing Bay could be anything. I mean, let's see how many lethal attackers we have next turn, though, you know? Okay, so the Iron Crag is gone. That makes sense. Oh, so they can craft here, I bet? Craft turns on a creature. If they can get a creature and have the two nets ready to go, I think they can survive, but... Let's see. What does the backside of Braided Net do? Makes a construct. Okay. Well, now we're in trouble. Oh, actually, if I can just draw a untapped land, I win. Okay, that's pretty good. I need an untapped land off this Winter Night Stories, and then no matter what... Oh, no, that's actually not true. Okay. Well, we need to find something then. And I took out a lot of my ways to kill this, I guess, except in a braid. That's quite good. Okay. Vivi. Do you think we're in trouble still? They're at least not dead on the spot. So they have to net these two down. So I can put the counter on Vivi. Dang it. And I can at least have a bunch of mana. Or I put, no, yeah, it's got to go here. Attacking, I could hit the one of a braid. But it's pretty risky. That's probably not a good idea. But if I hit it, I look like a genius. All right. Okay, not the absolute worst. That was still probably wrong of me, don't get me wrong. Okay. Yeah, this is awkward. This is all pretty awkward. So I don't want to have to discard the other one, but I think I have to. Tenth spot. I actually think we're in a pretty bad spot here now. Okay. Whew, that scared me. Ross, what's up? What's up? Well, yeah, I'd rather play the Cauldron, I think. No, the Cauldron really doesn't do anything. All right, I'd rather play this. All right, and then we'll say go. Nice. We have a nice VV. But yeah, I do think we're somehow disadvantaged now. Eventually their nets are going to run out, though. How's your stream, man? Did you have a good one? Playing some standard as well, I imagine. All right, well, they're definitely back in it. Jesus, they drew a banger too? Okay. I mean, their repurposing bay can sack something. Yeah, I do think we're going to lose this game, which is truly impressive. That sounds good. Well, might I recommend this one, Ross? It is bananas. Wait a minute. I'm not dead. They can't give it haste, can they? Maybe there's a way to fling? Well. Repurposing bay gives something haste, it looks like. Okay. Amazing. Oh! Oh! Brava! That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, opponent. I see you. I see you. Even when we had a nice VV, too. All right. Well, our Roaring Furnace did not look good. I'm going to take that out. Our Spell Pierces are just insane if we ever draw them. So let's do the old Quantum Riddling plus that. I mean, I probably should have Draconautics in here too, but I've been so medium on that card. I'm closer to cutting it. And I just love the old Quantum Riddler. I could see, well, I mean, especially with them having so much hate for our graveyard, maybe Engineer is not right, but I didn't see us losing either. But the combination of them drawing that 4 thing really got us good. That's all right. What do we got? What do we got? We got a keeper? This is a keeper. You know, this is the kind of thing when I hate about bringing in too much disruption. Taking away the core of the deck is a problem, but Not saying that this is bad by any means. Yeah, like, I do think it is a good card. Draconautics is a good card, but my new love is Quantum Riddler. So every time I'm like, ooh, I could take out Quantum Riddlers and put in Draconautics, I was like, or I could keep drawing cards. But I do think they're both good. I just will probably go down to a one of. I think it's a great one of. But if I ever just hold up Spell Pierces for their turn 3 and later, like, they're so screwed, y'all. This is a deck that can't play through Spell Pierce, so. Alright, let's do it. The Maku! Creature I can eat. Num 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 num. Creature. Oh. So I can just cycle Maku here instead of getting the Cauldron going. I think that is better. There's no 2-drops I think I'm going to want to kill, but maybe a Ghost Vacuum. So I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to force through the extra damage. I'm going to give myself the option. If I had 3rd land, I'd just play it. Don't get me wrong, but they might have that deal damage target tap thing here. That was quite good. I kind of want to not attack. Would this be the sickest no attack? Or the dumbest no attack? I bet it's that thing. They paused. Because I don't want to Spell Pierce it. Think I'm going to do it, but we'll see. Because it is deal damage. It is deal 5 to a tapped creature, right? Isn't that the card? Right? 2 mana, deal 5 to a tapped creature. Because this is the only turn they could kill it. If that's indeed how that card's worked, but. Alright. Alright, the Scala! Game's over. Game's over, everyone. Go home. We got the Riddler. The Riddler's here, but mainly the Spell Pierce is here. It's going to be very obvious when I discard the stories that I have another Spell Pierce, but I think it's a classic scenario of try to beat it then, you know? So, yeah, here you go. I'll play with my Spell Pierce here face up. Deal 5 damage to that. Get it? Because it's a 6/6, y'all. Oh, Quantum Riddler. You did nothing that game, but I drew it. Which is very cool. Very cool. Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, also, what else is very cool? A quick note from SCG. Hey, y'all, I'm going to be commentating this event here at the end of the month. You know, by the time this video goes live, it's going to be very, very soon. 2 weeks away or so. So, if you want to come join us here for a high-level standard event, it's going to be sweet. Go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Whole top 8 goes to the Pro Tour, as well as the winner gets free standard cases for a year, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but it'll be me and Jim Davis and Ailey Loney and Reed Duke all talking to you about standard all weekend. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You know what else is going to be a lot of fun? This next match of Is It. I might only have time for one more, y'all. So this might have to be our last match, but yeah. But still, it'll be fun. Ah, dang it, dang it. Okay, okay. Well, Ross doesn't make the rules, but he enforces them. The straight enforcer. Okay. Not an amazing hand by any means, but I still think it's on the low end of keeps. This deck does not mulligan a lot. It really doesn't. And that helped. That helped. I'll take some damage. Or it hurt because I'm playing against Dimir. So Dimir, low-key, is my matchup I want to play the least. I low-key think Dimir has the best Cauldron matchup. And I still don't think it's favored, but I think they're the closest, you know? I think this deck can just get you. Mostly because the Cauldron, or not the Cauldron, Curiosity. It's just so good against us. Do I want to attack into that? It's just hard to kill. It's just hard to kill. They can tempo you out. And they're good at dealing with the Cauldron. They just have so much removal. I'm just debating if I want to attack into this bat. I don't think I do. Yeah, alright. I'll be sad. Yeah, I think Pixie is an easier matchup. Still a fine deck, don't get me wrong, but... Well, this is a pretty obvious counterspell, but I really do not have the choice. Yeah, and they play counterspells. They play counterspells, they play removal. Oh. Ah, and they play that. That is actually really low-key sick against us. Tidebinder is actually very good against us. Preacher's annoying too. That is why I have the Roaring Furnaces. Those help a lot, but... Well, I'll block Tursa. Okay. So I'm left with nothing. Thank you. Sad day. No pressure, though. No curiosity. Clearly no Kaido, so nothing's the absolute worst yet. I'd be lying if I said we're drawing well, though. That was supposed to be a Winter Night Stories. Does the 5 damage matter? Yeah, whatever. We're not doing anything else. Where's our Winter Night Stories? There's their curiosity. Oh. Okay. What the hell does our opponent have in hand, then? Well, unfortunately... Oh, the Riddler's here! The Riddler's here! Excellent. Well, they could easily have a counterspell. So I should probably warp this. Only counterspells they have is the counter unless you pay 2. Alright. Can't get down to 1 card, or, you know, the Riddler would be even better, but... I've been loving this card, y'all. And honestly, what? Yeah, someone has a Riddler Cauldron list where they're playing 4. I don't even think it's crazy. Yeah. I believe that that deck is actually good. Alright, so that is what they had. Well, now I get to attack. That does not seem great for them. Alright. Excellent. Now let's attack. Let's see if they forgot about the creature in my yard. They did not. Oh, shoot. I should have not did that, because if I put a VV into my yard now, then I'm a big old dum-dum. Alright. Still a dum-dum, but... Alright, Riddler, we'll see you soon. I hope they just have a bunch of shoot the sheriffs, you know? And they probably do. Okay, now we're cooking. What's up, Emma? How are you? Alright, let's do this. Now let's see if we can do VV stuff. No, but that's good cards. This feels like just discarding a Mako, though. We can still attack. Alright, let's play a FOMO. Let's get busy. I don't think I need to make this one 7. And I think I'll just hold up the Into the Flood Maw in case something bad happens. Opponent's draw is very strange. No blocks. But do I want to try to Flood Maw this? I want to get the cards out of my hand, because I'm about to do some quantum riddling. So I am going to try to just 1 mana kill this. If they got the counter spell, I don't really care. Alright, let's get rid of this on the FOMO, even though that did probably take Delirium from me. That was probably stupid, but we'll get it back. Okay. That was a little unfortunate, as I can't do some quantum double drawing quite yet, but almost it just doesn't matter. I'm gonna probably find a VV or something here by the end of this. Maybe a Profs? Okay. It's a good card. God, my cards are so good. The cards are too good, y'all. Alright. Let's go with this. I don't have Delirium, unfortunately. But who cares? Alright. Here's these. Yep. Doesn't really matter. That's fine with me. Yeah. Alright, let's do this to strip them of one more land. And be on our way. Surprisingly, out of all this, I mean, I feel like we're pretty... This is kind of bad luck. I mean, I know we're wildly ahead, but we've not seen a Vivi yet. We're half the deck down. And, I mean, at any point, Vivi ends the game. And we're still, like, 0% to lose this game, but, you know, still not cool. Opponent agrees. Okay. So, I think I side in such a way... Probably not. I was going to say like I do in the mirror here, but probably not. I definitely want the fire magics. I think Mako is too important in this. I don't like Into the Flood Maw. I don't love it. It's not terrible. The Roaring Furnaces are pretty good against Preachers. Those are also good against Preachers, but they're bad against, like, Curiosity. Oh, wait, no, that's good against Kaido, though, too. So, yep, that's just good. Abrade only if they have Ghost Vacuum, which they easily might. And then it's just how much Quantum Riddling do I want to be doing? I do enjoy Quantum Riddling, but I think on the draw in this matchup is the one spot where it's not great. Which pains me to say. Because it also just might not be true. I mean, God. So, I mean, what I've been doing against other Is It Mirrors is taking out Makos, going into Quantum Riddler control. Because Makos, like, they're just so good at dealing with Makos post-board, and they're much worse on the draw. Maybe that's the case here, too. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. This is usually my plan, like I said, against them on the draw. And then on the play, I just re-slam the Makos. But this could easily be wrong. Maybe Makos, no matter what, just should be in here. They are pretty good at killing them, too, so let's give it a shot. Sorry I swayed you, Swazo. Appreciate you stopping by, though, buddy. You have a good one. All right. Pretty weak hand, but once again, good enough. Okay, say go. This hand's still pretty solid at attacking Kaido, which is kind of the big thing. It does take away our Abrade play. But we still got a Cauldron. And then if we top deck Vivi at any point, the game ends. Okay, no Kaido. Now, it looks like they are holding open counter spells, though. So that's probably a good time for us to just broadsize Barrage. That's another thing I like about this card, is just having more instant speed stuff. Instead of just playing into it, probably should. Tidebinder's so good against the Roaring Furnace, too. That is something that is always kind of brutal. I might just have to kill that. Just prevent damage. Yeah, because I can't let them untap and counter something now. All right. Still sorcery, playing one spell at a turn, though, next turn. And they still probably have counter magic up and ready to go. But I don't think I have a big option in playing around it anymore. Well, I guess I do. I can play around specifically Counterspell by Roaring Furnace, but it gets blown out by Tidebinder number 2. With how much they hesitated with casting that, I think that was their only one. That's the vibe I got. And then Roaring Furnace this, Abrade something else seems great. Alright. And then if they counter this, whatever. That might just be justification I'm creating in my head, but I think it's good enough. Boo! I was wrong. To be fair, that would have been good against anything I played, but yeah, yikes. Okay. Well, now our only out to win this game is doing some VV things. 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, I'm not dead. Okay, so let's draw VV. Oh, target me. Come on, one time. Tidebinder has been very annoying. It's not a VV. Well, not dead yet, as we can go like this. Guess we have to hit a land, too. Uh-oh. Okay. Land VV. Boo. Okay, I believe we are dead. Yep. Tidebinder got us good. That is a problem card. Maybe the card I'm the most afraid of. So, on the play, definitely bringing the Makos back in. It just might be wrong to do that anyways. Especially because their Tidebinders can counter my ability from the old Riddler. They did have Ghost Vacuum. Like, that. This is why it's tough. You know, because like they have so many different things that they're bringing in. It's hard to prepare for everything. Like, I didn't see Preacher, so I don't really want this, but it might be there too, you know? Like, it's just hard. Let's take out one Riddler and one Stories. Let's try that. I think I'm probably wrong, though, taking out Mako on the draw and Dimir. I like it in the Is It mirrors, but it's probably not right in Dimir. I did change the mic, yeah. Does it sound better or worse? Because it is a nicer mic. Okay. I'll definitely keep. All right, now let's do the thing. A little more aggressive. Cauldron, in my opinion. Ooh, baby. 2 great cards. Probably FOMO. Oh, really? Well, that's not good. All right, let's do this. I want just another body in play. I think it's close, though. Oh, yeah, I just redline. Okay, bat is definitely not that big of a deal. Okay. Is there any big benefit to playing Mako here? We're not going to get Delirium regardless. I do think I want to boost up my Mako anyways, so yeah, okay. And I didn't want to draw that. Cool. Beat downs. Yeah, I think they side out Kaido against me. That would be my guess. I think our deck is just too good at attacking down Kaido. Sure. So holding up 2 mana. Could be for anything. Probably a Drowner. Regardless, let's start with this. Enchantment in the yard. Now we can cook with the Cauldron. Or it might be something they try to counter. Which I wouldn't care about that much. Or I could cycle a Mako. Alright, I think I got it. I think I got it. Is that even good? Yeah, I think this is the better play. Alright, I'm going to cycle. That way I get a counter here, and then I get 2 counters on FOMO. That way if they have a Drowner, they don't get to kill anything. My other play I was thinking is let them Drowner, and then cycle and, you know, get some value there, but... Alright. Fire Magic, obviously, a pretty good draw. Hey, what's up, dude? How are you, Scott? Yeah, I've been loving the old Riddler in here. I've been loving it, man. It's been so good. You been playing it as well? Well, I anticipate they have a removal spell here, but let's get busy. Okay. Kaboom. Alright. That was pretty good. Yeah, maybe I was overzealous on casting the fire. I mean, it felt like it was the time, but... Yeah, because it allowed me to play the Mako. I think it was correct, but this isn't working out the absolute best. Okay. All right, let's animate. I'm gonna get busy. Sure. I guess I should have played a different land now. All right. I was trying to be cute, but... Yeah, well, I can still play this. If you eat stuff proactively, then I get to start eating stuff. So I think we just have to stare at each other. Yep. Well, actually, I can still control the pace, because I can eat stuff at their end step, force their hand, and then untap and eat. And they have to blink first in every scenario here with me having a good battlefield. So I think we've done it so far. So they just have a curiosity. Oh yeah, it has a lot of synergies. So let me wait till after this match, and I'll kind of go through it as far as the things that I've been liking. But yeah, I looked at it as a value card right away. I looked at it as a value card right away, and now I've changed my mind to it being a combo card. If that puts it into any kind of weird perspective, you know? Okay. I think I do this now. And when they try to do stuff like this, then I react. Okay. Yeah. All right. But yeah, it's the real deal. It's the real deal. All right, we'll say go. Okay. A solid 2-0 with the best deck. Good old Riddler Cauldron combo here. I don't think we did a ton of riddling in these two games, but still. Maybe it's just my security safety blanket. I don't really know. But anyways, if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to hit the subscribe button, share, comment below, all that kind of jazz. I really appreciate it, y'all. All right, we'll see you in the next video. All right. Yeah, okay, so Scott. The things that I've noticed so far is it really, I warp it basically 100% of the time. And being able to do a couple of things is really nice. So, number one, being able to... Where's my deck? Just want to pull it up for a visual representation. The deck was too good? Did it get banned already? Oh, there it is. Being able to warp it and then, Winter Night Stories from the yard, just automatically do that. That leads to some nice synergies. Being able to warp it, and if you already have VV Cauldron going, it nets you 3 mana. And then, here's where it gets kind of spicy. If you, of course, warp it when you have 1 card, great. Draw 2, that's awesome. Then you can get to spots where, you can have 2 cards in hand. You can FOMO, discard 1 of them, draw 2. You can cycle, draw 2. End step Steaming Sauna draws 2. They stack as well. So, if you ever warp them twice, you draw, instead of 1, you draw 3. I also had a spot where I warped it up against a control deck, and then I gave it haste with the Draconautics Engineer. It also has synergies where you can discard it with the Scholar, as it's a creature with flying. Minor, of course. I would think that's about the max, but it's also one of those cards that I'm just kind of learning more about it as I go, but it's been truly impressive so far. And I think the thing that's excited me the most is my post-board plan up against other Izzet decks, either Cauldron or the Prowess decks, is on the draw when you're trying to break serve here. Being able to take out 4 Makus. I was taking out 4 Makus, which felt like a sin, most of the time. Take out 4 Makus, something else, one other one of, I can't remember. Maybe it was a one of stories or something. Bring in all my removals, my Abrades, my Broadside Barrage, and my Riddler number 3, and just play this Riddler control deck on the draw. You literally never run out of steam, because you either warp it, get that card flowing back, or late game, if you cast it. I wouldn't say I cast it that often, Patrick, but it's one of those things that, okay, the crazy VV turn, you're well, I got 5 mana laying around, get a Quantum Riddler out there. But I don't cast it a ton, to be honest, but that's where I've really liked it. It adds an extra element to the deck. And I think the person who's number one on the Mythic leaderboard has been playing this, and like just seeing this reinforces the fact that I'm like, all right, this card is the real deal. Yeah, you got to try it out. I wouldn't be shocked if after Florida that Riddler is like a mainstay in this deck. Or realistically, the Arena Champs is this weekend. Everything's going to change after that. People hardcore testing it. I wouldn't be shocked if this is one of the things that one of the teams brings, is a very hardcore Riddler deck. Now, I'm not saying this deck in particular looks good, but it's interesting. I mean, if you go turn 3, Quantum Riddler, Warp, and Wild Ride it, hit for 7, doesn't seem terrible, you know? Harmonizing with the Riddler is kind of busted, so I can see how this person got to this. I mean, I'll try it later. It seems sweet. That's for sure. All right, y'all. That is going to have to do it for me. I got to get to dinner with my fam. So, yeah, that's my plan. Thank you all for hanging out. This was a lot of fun, playing a bunch of different standard decks. I will be back probably not tomorrow, maybe Thursday for a challenge stream, and that'll be it for me this week, as I have the Arena Champs this weekend, and I got some other. I'm filming Commander Versus on Wednesday, and Friday I got Tech Check, so that's the only time I'll have to stream this week if I can get in a challenge, but we shall see. But thank you all so much for watching. Once again, big shout out to the sponsors. I'm just going to type them in chat since we kind of already chatted about them throughout the broadcast, but KMC, Heavy Play, as well as my Patreon and my YouTube, y'all. Follow me on Patreon if you're interested in this deck. I'm going to keep working on it. I'm going to have a sideboard guide ready to go here, ideally next week. Like I said, the Arena Champs this week is eating up all my time, so I can't get it done today, even though I am going to start it tomorrow. And then my YouTube. I'll be putting all these videos up, as well as a bunch of other stuff on my YouTube channel, so hit me with a subscription. I really appreciate it. And yeah, last but not least, Moxfield. If you want to follow any of the decks that I put up here, you can follow that to check it out. And that's about all I got, y'all. Y'all have a great rest of your, Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Yeah. Have a good Tuesday, and we'll see you all a little bit later, okay? Peace out, friends.